Alright, y'all, about to get started. I was already on a run. Good day, good morning, good evening, whatever time zone you're in. Y'all was cracking 42. American Truck Simulator started. And trying to get a few loads in. Make sure the volume is down a little bit. A little louder than what I want it to be. I didn't want it to be like that, but things happen. Yeah, it's been a minute. Switched it up a little bit. Hope you enjoyed the train footage. Looks like we got a lot more views with that. I'm try to get back into that as much as I can. Just need to pace things out, figure things out as I go. Just gotta bear with me on that. Got a couple projects in store. Trying to figure out. I try to stream at least twice a week. So rough. Man. My reasons why. Other life priorities in order to get into work. That's always the issue. If I don't balance that out, then Oh yeah, my gaming buddy Kizzy came through with that the trailer that I was for, so I'm gonna probably try to show y'all that if I still have it in here. I don't know if I have it in here. But, came through with it. So just like I said, if you got communication skills, you can communicate properly, and you'd be surprised what you can get. Just like this trailer right here. This is Pingus trailer right here. Crack sand trailer. He decided to put it in the workshop. Nice. Started putting a lot of his mods in the workshop. Plus I I have patronized him a couple times. Got a few mods that are free on his website. You know, I got some other stuff coming from John Ruda. Updates from him, which I got to check out. Also got something coming from Blaze. You gotta do what you're supposed to do. You know. You gotta keep the community together because we all in this together. That's what people don't understand. We all content creators within our own self. Shout out to Mark Libby for getting his channel up and running. Night Raider Gaming, going in and patronizing, put him give him a shout out or whatever, or go and send some support. He's rising star. Inspired him to go in there and do his own thing, and look at it. He out here doing it. He on Facebook game as well as YouTube. So that's what it's all about. Join the game. He wanted to convo with me yesterday. I couldn't do it because I was already stuck between some life events, so I couldn't do it, and it was too close for me to get to some other obligations. So only Wednesdays and Fridays I'm always booked. I don't really have time to really get a lot of things done, but that's why I'm trying to get things done today, early this morning, so I can go on ahead and spend time the rest of the day trying to get some other things done. Outside work, I'm gonna try to see if I can push to get it done. If I can get some information off my little disc that I got from my work on one of my vehicles. So I think today maybe be the only day I could do it, because Wednesday it rained back and forth, and it was drizzling and stuff like that, and I don't like to be out there like that. Normally my tools will rust out, I end up with a cold, end up wet, so I just sort of use wisdom in that regard. So but also shout out to Hank Arrington, Henry Arrington, Uncle D, Darnell Metcalf, also Kev Sim Corner, and also Late for Delivery, and anybody else that are content creators that have been supportive. I don't know everybody's names, but I know there's a lot of us out here. X-Man Gaming just came across Bugs. He back out here again doing his thing, so shout out to him also. So it's what it's all about, man. It's all about the community, keeping the community going, keeping the community going strong, and all these rising stars out here trying to get out here and trying to figure this thing out. That's what it's all about. That's all I'm trying to do. Trying to keep the community, not to start static, but to press upon people to stand on your own 2 feet. That's where, if you look at my personal page, that was one of my mentors. He's in the Matrix. He took the red pill, or whatever the pill that he was talking about, because the traditional way of making money is old. It's old. You need to start getting out here, figuring things out on your own, create your own brand yourself, and do your own thing. Because at the end of the day, job is going to be a job. Job don't care nothing about you. They're going to do what they're going to do to you, and that's it. That's just the way it is. I never really was into jobs like that. I've always made my own money, and sometimes you have circumstances where you have to get a job, and you have to do what you got to do, but outside of the job pay the bill, just like I was taught, one of my mentors used to say, I work full-time on my job, but I work part-time on my fortune. This is my fortune right here, and I got other fortunes that I'm trying to promote, But the thing about it is, I have to go where I have to be a chameleon. I have to be a chameleon, so I got to be able to adjust to my environment. So, I had to adjust to my environment, and that's what it's all about. Also, shout out to Asa Newsom. He's doing some things. He's not a gamer or nothing like that, but he actually entrepreneur, selling coffee. Got a little coffee company that he's doing. You know, I always try to commend anybody that's standing on their own 2 feet outside of traditional rat race. You know, you got to do that. You know, see, I can do this at any time I want to do it. I can get up in the middle of the night and do this because it's mine. It's something that I created for me. You know, and for the community. You know, and you know, people open a lot of. You know, I have people that give me stars and stuff like that. That's cool. You know, but the support and to get me to a certain point is more important. You know, because you know at the end of the day, if I do hit partner, if I ever do, you know, that's gonna hold more weight than any amount of money that anybody can give me. You know, because then you know I'm actually really the vision that I created years ago is it will be what it will be truly reality. You know, my book. So that's what it's all about. You know, to really see something that I've created actually bloom. You know, just like I said, like the job is a vehicle. You know, like I got a few people that are in my circle that are trying to make some moves. They're making some moves, man. Cousins, friends, whatever. They making moves. You know, and that's what it's all about, making moves. You know. Got some little choppiness going on here. I'm not even in Texas because I done already did the event for Texas. So I'm trying to. This is another profile that I've been working on. You know. And, I don't mind showcasing certain stuff, but you know, if I'm not really putting pen to paper, I have to promote my own brand. You know, that's the important to me. You know, to promote my own brand. Y'all get my drift. But let me do something real quick. I forgot. Maybe trying to rain again. Oh, he's on. Okay. Yeah, Hank out here with me. On the scene. So that's cool. On his little helicopter thing. Not helicopter thing. Flight simulator. That's my I forgot to add my Twitch channel to this. I'm on Twitch too, so I haven't been on there for a minute, but I'm out here. You know, all I'm looking at is support, for the time being. Try to get that off the ground. Trying to get a lot of things off the ground in a small amount of time. It's just hard to do. YouTube, I'm YouTube, Twitch. So I'm just trying to get out here, doing my thing. It's probably too early for some, but just like they say, the early bird gets the worm. That's why you see us out here trying to do our thing. So yeah, but, we got another load here, probably not. Yeah, something here. So this is the same load. We're in the dark today. I did put the my console back up. I sort of missed it. You know, I couldn't just put the console up without putting the other script information up here, but it looks kind of tacky. But you know, I gotta see what's going on in the game. So I'm doing some beta testing, trying to figure out some things out with some other stuff I'm doing. So I'm partially in gaming mod Sterling 9500. I know there's one that's floating around by GV Mods, but that's not his. I got the actual model off the site, and they only had the depth and the vehicle files in it. So I went on ahead and used one of my mother models, and I'm working on it. You know, I'm trying to get it into the where it actually shows up in the dealership, which is sort of hard. I don't know why, and I know I'm going to have to go into Blender and try to figure some things out. I know the textures are off track, you know. Things that needs to be done to it. So, but I've been working on it a few days. So that's the scoop, you know. We got an email. Let me check what this email is. Oh, well, I already got money now. Sorry. You know, just like I said, I was going to, you know, now you want to give me some money. I already got plenty of money. I need none of y'all money. Grab a swig of drink. Gonna parse all this talking I'm doing. Normally I don't try not to talk too much, but, you know. Yeah, this is the Western Star 4800 setback with SB. That's what SB means, setback. So the axles are set back from the bumper, which is mainly for being able to maneuver, you know, deal with more of heavy haul type applications. So, you know, those that truck for real know what I'm talking about. So I always try to at least talk like that because that's all I know. You know, I was supposed to have been in this thing a long time ago, and now I'm trying to figure some things out so I can do better. But it's going to Flagstaff, so we taking this from one point to another. So we're going from Plastic Sun and Flagstaff to Plastic Sun and No Gale. So I think that's, let's see where we at. I'll tell y'all in a minute. So we're going from Arizona to New Mexico. All this is undiscovered territory. So I'm using a mod that allows you to actually see what you haven't already. Technically, the 90% of the, almost 100% of the map isn't discovered because this is another profile. So I was in the process, just like I said, trying to in-game a mod, and it's still it's in here. I don't think I actually got it to show up yet, which I'm still working on that. You know, I have it in the workshop. I mean, not in the workshop, but it's in the Western Star. Supposed to be in the Western Star dealership. For some reason, it's not doing what it's supposed to do. So that's why you see all this information right here. So that's what I was talking about, the Sterling 9500. So I'm trying to find out why it's not. Now it's talking about modded truck offer, skipping truck dealer offer, unable to load definition, def. This is all the scripting right here. So for some reason, it's not showing up in the dealership. And I see that the Shadow TMG is off track too. That's technically modding lingo for those that know about modding. But I may have to go into this model and format some stuff. As long as probably mainly textures, because I don't think it's has to do with the actual model itself. But it does have to do with it being able to be stable in the newer versions. Because one thing I did try to do, I tried to go back into the version, and it technically messed my game up a little bit. Well, it didn't mess it up to a point, but it did like give me a new profile, because a lot of the newer maps cannot does not work in older versions. That's why, you know, trying to go back does not work. It just does not work. I mean, I'm just being honest and straight forward with that information, because you know it's just not it's not going to be, you know. So, but I think this is the only mod I have in here for the time being, because I wanted to see how stable the game was with this one model. So I do have the 9500 in here, which I'm gonna probably show you a little bit of it, maybe, I don't know. But you know, I don't want to bore y'all. See, it's all this stuff popping up for the Sterling 95. So the dealership, everything is scripted right. It's just that it's not recognizing it right now. So it's just something I may have to critique a little bit. Maybe one little symbol off. I mean, it's the littlest thing that to stop a mod from working. You know, I mean, especially when you dealing with an older model. You know, I mean, an older mod. You know, especially back in version 1.31, 1.32. All that stuff is so old. You know, and you have to update everything. So with the help of another model that I have, another mod that I had bought, that's part of the Western Star, I actually took the scripting of it just to make sure it was correct. So I had the correct path for the mod to be able to read. I mean, for the game to be able to read the model and read everything in the mod. That's why this truck shows up, because everything in it is correct as much as humanly possibly can do it. Now, when you're dealing with a machine gonna break and do its own thing. You know, when you give it a mind of its own, it's gonna do whatever it's gonna do. So that's just the way it is. So, but we're gonna get going here. It's so dark out here, it don't even make no sense. I'm gonna turn my light out. So far, I'm using all 3 screens. I gotta figure out why my webcam. I've been using my webcam lately. Plus, I'm out of slots. So I mean, I don't have that many slots. I'm not gonna put all the pressure that I did in time past on my PC. You know, because everything is expensive now. So I'm not gonna do that. You know, not for nobody else's sake but my own. Also, I came across a T700. I got a T700 in here somewhere that's gonna need to be updated. I need to get it. I need to see where I got it. I think I got it in some of my old files. I came across one that was when I was taking one of my kids to school. It was like I was like, wait a minute, this thing looked like a T680. And I'm like, wait a minute, this thing looked like a T6. And then I looked down at it at the bottom, and it was a T700. I was like, wow. And they don't even make T700s no more, which I don't understand that either. Yeah. So I guess everything based on sales and, you know, on if they decide, I mean, it's all about popularity. So I must have the Sterling in here. It's just that it's not showing up. So I'm gonna start messing around with it a little longer, a little more. Just try to figure things out with it. Cause that just sharpens my skills in dealing with this stuff. So I won't have to ask somebody, you know. You ask people to do stuff, they want money, and they want money. So, you know, and it is what it is, you know. But that's what has thrown me a lot of times to do my own thing. No disrespect, it's just the principle, you know. Just like I just, you know, spent money on these on some of these paid mods, you know, and expect to get compensated, you know. Because at the end of the day, you need. I mean, if you're gonna be creating this stuff, you need needs. You know, you need customers, and in those aspects, you have to make sure you have excellent communication skills, excellent customer service skills, or you'll be out of business. That's one thing I've learned just in being in marketing and in transportation sector, also the customer service sector, because I know it was all about customer service. You know, and in some cases the customers are right, only because they're the ones that got the money. So you have to do what it takes to make sure the money's still coming in. You know, so if you have to, you know, do certain things just to make sure you're still making money, you have to do what you gotta do. At the end of the day, you know, as long as you don't degrade yourself, but you still have to do what's needed to please the customer. You know, that's why if you look at Walmart, Home Depot, so on and so on, and that's what it takes. Yeah, that's what it takes. Yeah, I'm not really sure how the algorithm is, but so far I've been in compliance. But I don't know if I have to talk more in order for the people to come in, or I don't know. So that's why I'm sort of yapping a little bit in order for the Facebook algorithm to actually register properly or whatever. I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and stop off and get this truck serviced while I'm in the area. Plus, I gotta unlock this dealership right here. So periodically, you'll see me actually have to unlock, discover some areas, and that's what it's all about anyway. A lot of people, okay, well, I don't want to just discover, but the game is based on that. The game is based on driving. That's what it's all about. Now, one thing I need to find out, I'm going to have to send this back to, so let me let my buddy know about these lights flashing back here. This photo. Cool. So, I don't think those lights supposed to be flashing back there when you put the turn signal. So it was a good concept to have back lights like that. So I'm gonna have to reach out. I'll get it fixed. It won't be a problem. He just updated this mod to 146. So. Alright, let's go on and get her serviced. Okay, so I need some wheels. You know that everything else has been, even though it's not wear and tear, it's still wear and tear. Engine, transmission, still friction. So it's not regular wear and tear, but it's still wear and tear. So those that actually play the game, they do play the game. You have to go into the shop and get the truck fixed. Don't drive the truck continuously and not get the truck fixed. I'm just being honest. That's what you have to do. This is a 6x2. I noticed that. This is a 6x4. I have to change that up. I may make it a triple axle. Tri-drive. I don't know. But money talks. Gotta spend money to make money. Let me see. Let me up this a little bit. Yeah, I think that would be better. I like it. Even though, I like it still. I've always been a fan of these Western stars. Just being honest, it's just something about them. Now I could make this a single axle if it allowed me to, and I'd be slick if I could do that. If it will allow me to do that, so I'm gonna try that out anyway. Why not? They were just creating content, ain't we? Mainly the name of the game. The tire. See if I can actually single axle it. Is that a single axle? Wait a minute. Oh, they never shouldn't have showed me that. Oh, yeah. I know I can't use the hub part. I already got the hub. The hub's already there, so I can't use none of these. I forgot to change these hubs. I knew the hubs supposed. I got standard hubs on here. It was something I didn't do right. There we go. Now that's the way it's supposed to look. Now the only thing about it is, I don't know if that's a lift axle or not, but that's cool. That's definitely perfect. Now, I don't know if I'm gonna actually deal with these fenders. I have to change them up. Okay, that's a little cleaner. Yeah, I like that. Check these out. Okay, no, that's too wide. That's only for that ain't bad. Not bad. Probably go with the one that I just seen already. Have to go with that one. Yeah, I like that. That's still clean. I like it. And that's slick that the trigger cable is coming off the headache rack. Like that too. That thing is a little longer now. I may go with the black. The only thing is I should have had scrolls up here. Oh, I ain't got scrolls. I always need scrolls. I don't have my scroll. What's the name of her? Oh, I knew I was. Oh, okay. Oh, where the lights at? Oh, there you are. I got some on the back. That'll work. Need all the lights I can get. Got the C15. And go with the. These are nice too. They got air start. Here they come in 14. You know I'm a big fan of that. Nice and dark out here too. Oh boy. Oh boy. Good. So I guess I'll go in and turn in. This N14 is a monster, man. Dang. That's not like this. I like this. Alright, get some rest. Alright. I get it. That access come up. Oh, they should never show me that. Yeah. I don't need to use that right now. That'll work. Uh-oh. We're not gonna make it. Not gonna make it. It's close. I may make it. I don't know. No, I ain't gonna make it. Do a full swing. What's going on, Henry? Sorry if I missed it, man. I missed it. Oh yeah, it was only 2 minutes ago. Hope you're still watching, man. Trying to multitask a little bit. I see you out there playing flight sim. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Just trying to get some work in. You know, I'm behind a little bit. I'm surprised they didn't hit me with the restart level up, but I don't know. Maybe because I did those 12 hours, it made an impact. May have to do that once in a while. You know, but I know I should have been at a different plateau, doing putting in all that work. But yeah, messing around with this 4800 right here. Yeah, messing around with this 4800, and I'm running Pingus flat. I think it's flat sandbox trader or something like that. Something Pinga put together. All over the road. But you know. Yeah, I'm working on a 9500 Sterling. The one that was an alpha beta tested truck. Yeah, working on that, and I'm trying. I got a lot of the scripting done. Just gotta go in there and see why the textures aren't. I mean, I don't think it's a texture issue, but for some reason it's not showing up in the dealership. So I gotta find out why it's not doing like that the CL 9000. It should have at least showed up in the quick jobs at least. Then that'll give me at least a chance, a running chance to see if the truck is stable or not. You know. But you know how it is. It's always something. trying to figure out what's on my agenda for the day. Went on there and jumped on a smoker, electric smoker. You know, so went on there and picked that up yesterday. And I'm trying to see what to do with that. I already had in mind to get a smoker. I mean, I love barbecue. I like to grill a little bit, you know. It's in my blood, you know. Before my parents did it, you know. So it's just another little gift, you know, for all my hard work, you know. Nowadays, you just gotta reward yourself for good work, you know. But other than that, you know, just chilling, you know. Trying to get this little round done, so I look good for Facebook. That's all. You know, and you know, yeah. When you get a chance, put your link in the description for your channel, man. You know, if you hear me, I don't mind if you you know, he's one of my moderators, so I already know he's trying to get to a certain plateau in YouTube, but he does it for the heck of it. You know, he enjoy himself, he have a good time. You know, he come in there, he chop it up with him. You know, retired truck driver, retired bus driver. You know, and then he works with the company part time because he's in good standing with the company. So that's what it's about, man. You gotta keep your options open. You know, keep your options open, and you make life the way you wanted to make it. You know, that you deserve that much. You know, you deserve that much. Other than that, you know. Oh, look at this. Look at the Smokies, both of the Smokies out here. Oh my goodness, that was slick. They had both of the Smokies out here. Woo! Y'all bastards out here trying to get busted by these balls, boy. What the heck is wrong with y'all? Y'all out here being treacherous. Frog acting silly now, ain't he? Yeah, but that's alright. That's, you know, I act silly sometimes. I know you know about this. This bastard is slick. I love it. Excellent truck. Excellent truck. Western Stars are nice anyway. Especially, you know, I got the 5900, got the 4800, got the 5700. I forgot to put the 57. I forgot to put all my Western Stars in here. That's what I should have did. And just roll with the Western Stars. King of the Western Stars. That's what I should have. That would have been a nice little title. King of the Western Stars. May have to go on ahead and add them in there after this run. I go in there and pull all of my Western Stars out. Let her know. Because they just updated the 5700, which is cool. There's so many older trucks that are being neglected and left behind, man. I can't stand that, you know. W900s are nice. 389s are nice. You know, but you see them all the time. Once you see one, you see them all. You got John Ruder, you got Roland, you got Eric. You know, all it is it's the same truck. You know, show me something different from the truck between the two trucks, other than the customization. That's it. And then the price. You're paying more for a truck, the same truck. You know, now when you're coming out with the 4800, with the 5900, then you got some other trucks that are out here that nobody wants to bring them out. You know, just like the 95 Astro, somebody brought that out. So, and then there's another truck on the way. I think it's another GMC that's on the way. You know, start bringing these other trucks out. Y'all gonna be doing some modding. Bring some new content out, some new stuff out. You know, because people, you know, you got people that's getting bored. You know, sometimes. out here chilling, doing what I like to do, and that's have fun. You know, I'll be back at work tomorrow, and it's what it is. Like they did. This is different. This ain't the same. They redid this. I noticed that. Alright, inspection time. 45,665 pounds. Yeah, this is new. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go in and get a picture of this. Because I'm noticing a lot of stuff that's being updated. Now, for those that have been following me, paying attention, really paying attention, I've been showing a lot of content. You know we about to update again. We already in 146, we about to update to 147 and 148. Why? Because they, you know, it's more new stuff coming out. You know, what can you do? I mean, some people don't like the updates, but updates is good in some cases, you know. You know, that means that the game is going in the right direction. You know, it's not stuck in the Stone Age, stuck in the old way of thinking. It's out here trying to make things better for us. So, you know, you always gotta look at things on the bright side. That's one thing I've learned. I forgot to add my other trailers in here. My buddy Eddie has been doing some updating for me. He's been doing some great stuff. Added some more been adding some new stuff out here, so I need to go in and see what the heck he done put out here. You know, new loads. And that's what, you know, I definitely got to look at what John Ruder has done already. Got to look on my account and see if he dropped the update yet. I got to send a message to Pinga about one of his trailers. The trailer is nice, it's just that he didn't add something that's supposed to be already in there. And just gotta, you know, your word is all you got. You know, if you showcasing something, you gotta make sure you showcasing something that is accurate. You know, when you got pictures, pictorial things, pictorial information, you gotta make sure it's accurate. You know. Yeah, that's one of my, I thought I had put that other trailer mod in. I'll have to put it in later. Definitely got to put it in later. And then I'm sitting on 9.6 million. I mean, I technically don't have to even do any running, but I'm just doing this for content's sake, you know. All right, back over. Driver done lost the load. Wow, you lost the load, driver. They about to give you a nice ticket for that, bro. Oh well. Yeah, he probably just peeked in because yeah, normally he hang with me a little bit. He's doing his own thing, so. Yeah. I'll put his what's name in the description myself. Yeah. Probably stop this. Let me do it real quick. On my phone. See if I can go to this thing. And I'll drop it in the chat. Also, I know he probably done dropped it in the group too, for those that are in my group. Okay, here he is. Yeah, he out here putting it in, getting it in. So I'm gonna go on ahead and send him a like. Share him to the share his link to the chat. I gotta check this weather. I don't even know it's plain and clear. Oh, it's rain coming possible Friday evening. I gotta figure out. I gotta get this information on my disk. I want to bear with me a little bit. Now my link should have been in here too, so I don't know why it's not in here. But there it goes. If you can't get it through the chat, oh, there it is. It just popped up. There it go. I wasn't sure if it showed up or not. I'm looking on my phone. Just wanted to make sure it was popping up properly, like it's supposed to. Sydney L. CROC has been following CROC 342 for 13 days. That is faithful. That's what you call a faithful supporter right there. A lot of people don't understand the importance of faithfulness, but we will learn. It's my turn. Like, I have to do my thing. Can't see. Unleash your power. When the time off to watch 5 last new customers only. One device offer. Okay, let's see. One up top. Here. Control F9. Whoa. Oops. Wow, okay. We tearing the truck up. Oh well. Oh, we done got stuck. Wow. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't have did that. There we go. But the truck totaled now. Oh, she tow up now, boss. Oh well. Oh, that's the way to get rid of your load. That boy total loss. I forgot this thing was longer than what I should have did it in the middle of the road. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Oh well. So much for that. Alright, I guess that gives me a reason to go on ahead and add some other loads in here. Guess I can cancel this run. Yeah, I don't care about the 12,000. It's no million. Don't matter. See if I can bring these other traders up that I want to bring out anyway. Ooh, boy. Went down the wrong pipe. Damn. Jeez. Oh, shoot. Ooh, man, that's rough. Oh, man. Oh. All right, let's see. The 9500 is right here. I haven't got a scan for it yet, but this is the one I'm working on. It didn't even pop up yet. I mean, it's right there. I have to get it to show up. I got a few trucks in here that I need to figure out. Oh, there it is. I got the what's the name for it? But let me see if I can go in here. Let me show y'all exactly where it come from, so y'all won't be thinking I done took somebody else's stuff for my own. So let's see. Might as well go ahead and utilize this uh, footage. Let's see. Oh, put that back right there. Let me see. Oops. All right, let's see if I can show that. Yep, I can show it. So this is what I was talking about. So it was made in 2016, Sterling 9500 pre-alpha test truck. Okay, so this is the truck. I gotta actually take this in and actually add it to format it where it actually show up as a JBG or whatever file it is. I forgot what that file is. So I'm probably gonna save it in my pictures anyway. I'll save it to videos. Yeah, I reformat it. So this is the actual two pictures right here. There it is. So this is actually the Sterling. Okay. So I'm going to actually I already did some scripting in it. Also, this is it right here. Let me see if I can find it real quick for y'all, so y'all can see what I'm talking about. So it is in the game, but it's not in the game. I've been messing around with it since we just going through the motions or whatever. Like came in yet or whatever, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Move this over here, so y'all can see that too. So this is where I'm at here. So it's in the game. It's just that I got to figure out why the why it won't show up in the what's the name. So let's see, Sterling. Sterling. Let's see if I can go back to there. Plus, I want to do that Dalton. One of these profiles, I'm gonna do that Dalton Ice Road. What's the name? One day. I don't know when I'm gonna do it. But, I have to set it up. That's mainly why I have a lot of these profiles, separate profiles, because I can set it up, and you need to have a open profile anyway to be able to do it anyway. So it doesn't matter. So you got a lot of these map mods. You gotta, especially when you changing the whole algorithm of the game, you have to have a clean profile or a separate profile outside of anything else. So here, there it is, right there. This is a Sterling 9500 I'm working on, and see the path. When I got this mod, it was in this mode. I'm gonna show y'all exactly what mode it was in. So y'all understand where I'm coming from, and I'm serious with what I'm doing. So I'm not just messing around. So this is the actual model right here. If y'all can see it. So this is the actual Sterling right here. Okay. So if I open up this here, and that's the actual truck. I mean, actual mod. Now watch this. When I open it up, guess what I got? That's all I got. That's all that's there. So I had to actually do this. Actually had to take one of my models, my mods, and actually use that as a. It wasn't a base, but as a pictorial outline on how to script the path for these files. So this is already here. The model's already here. So it was originally Jazzy Cat's model, which somehow he managed to in-game it. So I had to get rid of that. And technically, this is the PMD, PMG, PMD. All this actually works. I mean, I was able to see. Now this probably has to be all this stuff probably has to be updated, as far as I know. I mean, I'm not I'm not that good, but I know I understand some things. So that's what y'all sort of seeing. Okay. Uh, so let me move this back over so I can pay attention to my chat because I can't see the chat right here. Okay, so this is where I started at. So this is half the battle because when you're dealing with files, you gotta actually, if you don't have a model already set up already, then you have to actually, do the work. Okay. Now, this is already connected to Blender. Now it may connect to Blender for me. It may show up in Blender. And it may show up in there. And I got to update for that too. So we'll see if it actually shows up here. It may not show up here. I may have to actually show y'all that I mean I'm getting closer and closer to figuring this thing out quickly. I want to do more, but I have to still pay attention to how I do stuff. Okay. It may show up and it may no, it ain't gonna show up. Okay. So what I'm gonna have to do is I already technically have this already in my folder. So that's y'all have seen that already. Okay. So now y'all know that it ain't somebody else's model, not somebody else's mod. Also, if I go back over here and go right here, I'm gonna pull this down so y'all can see it's somebody else's stuff. So this is an unfinished mod. This is as far as I have to know to get. I mean, know how to get this. This truck is drivable, available from the Kenworth dealership. I changed that, so I got it coming through the Western Star dealership. Okay. However, the cameras are all messed up, so wheels are too close to the chassis. Which a lot of that stuff you have to go into Blender or Z-Modeler to fix. So he made a makeshift at the time that the model was working, and just like I said, original truck model from Jazzy Cat. So you can actually take these models from other trucks, from other mods, and actually in-game them to where, and that's all the guy from what was it, the AI drivable AI, same thing. As long as you got the model, you can in-game it. You just have to script everything so it will function in the game. So that's mainly what, and he did that only because it was time for us to really have other traffic vehicles to run. So I know he got more vehicles on the way. I don't know when he's gonna update or whatever. I'm not gonna quote that on that, but it is what it is. So Kennyworth, that's who the person that actually, and I'm probably going to add this credit there in my credit in the manifest as well as the mod demonstration, not demonstration, description text file. I'm gonna have to add that in there because if he wouldn't have never got that far, I wouldn't even be able to get this far. So I appreciate that, you know. And but you say that what this mod is used for. If you enjoy experiencing real truck driver life, but at the same time feel a bit bored of the common road cargo trucks, and American Truck Simulator mods are for you. Okay, step into the American Truck Simulator driver's shoes and prove that you can deliver the cargo under any circumstance. It is an easy way to get the best of the game. Okay, your opponent will be surprised. Okay, then all you need to do is simply click on the American Truck Simulator Sterling 95 pre-alpha test truck mod free download button and implement it into your game. It's great getting even more than what was expected. Okay, that's why we insist on you to try and test the benefits personally. Okay, and that's what it's about. Okay, you have your own preference, your own personal aspect. I've always done that. That's why you see me go off script all the time. I don't care about the script on what the rules. This is my content. This is my channel page. I do what I want as long as it's not breaking Facebook rules. Okay, and people are looking for this kind of content because they trying to find out how to do for themselves. So you always want to have that opening for anybody to be able to take hold to that. Okay, that would be a great boost to your game, and there's no reason why to react negative. Choose one of the various ATS mods to take on new driver truck has never been so exciting. So and also, this is all old stuff right here. You see my point? So uh so look at all these accolades. And this is in 2016. Okay, the game just came out not those within those years. So this is like the beginning. Okay, so even though you got some people that talk about it, oh well, it's absolutely terrible. I mean, if you're not in, everything has a starting point. Nothing starts out brand new, just like that. You have to, and once you get it in game, then you critique it. You critique it better and better. You get better. Even the textures, I've even found out that you have to, in order for it to get more textures, you have to buy them. You have to buy them. Some of this stuff is not free. You got some stuff that is free, and then some stuff you have to pay for. I think Ruda is using textures that are through Adobe. I found out Adobe. Let me see, Adobe Reader. I won't go into it now, but Adobe has textures that you can get, but they want money for it, and that's you know, so you know, so somebody said, please anybody take this project. I'll do it, but I don't know anything about modding. That's the thing. I don't know that much about modding, but I know enough to be able to get that far, and that's why I'm here. That's why all this is as accurate as I can get. Now the problem I'm having is trying to get it here. So this is where I have it all scripted out properly. So it's as far as I can get it. Now I did change this, and I may change this back again, but it should have said 309500, and I tried that and it wasn't working. So I got to figure out why it's not showing up. So at first this wasn't there. This wasn't there. So I had put that in there, and I may have to take another. What's on that? So I may go on ahead and try to fix this now while I'm on here. and I don't care. What's going on, Brianna, Milia? Yeah, great. How are you doing? Yep, I'm doing fine. Doing great. I'm doing great. Doing real great. How you doing? Hopefully your morning is well. But I'm just messing around. I'm having a good time. That's all I'm doing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have to actually go out my game. So, but I was gonna but I had mine to actually add some other stuff in here, some other models in here. So that's my plan to add some other stuff in here. Let's see, I got this already. And I was gonna I need to add that, and I was slowly adding mods in here as I go, and that's all I'm doing. This is something Ghost Lord. This is what I use. This is why I said I know what I'm talking about. Ghost Lord, they created these some time ago. They don't have pivot points in them, which now they're putting these trucks in the game now. If I can figure out how to actually put the pivot points in here, I will have my own stack truck mod in here. But I got to figure out how to do it. So this is where we started out, because at first we didn't even have this. We didn't have this in game. Now we got the T680 and we have the 579. So but these are actually stacked off the actual truck. They don't have they have saddles right between each other. So I'm gonna figure out how to actually update this myself. Whenever I get a chance. I don't have the time right now, but I'm gonna figure this stuff out. Figuring this stuff out, very fast. So I'm looking for that other mod here before I actually go back into what I was doing. That's the gooseneck ownable. But there's another mod from I may have to go into the workshop. Wait a minute, what is this? Wait a minute, what is this? I know this ain't. Oh, this is the skin. Okay. Okay, so this is the truck link. Okay. Okay, so that's the actual truck. If I was interested in the truck, even the ones that are doing skins are actually sharing the truck. Like I said, sharing is caring. You don't care what you're talking. Sharing is caring. So, you know, and Lucasi, I haven't talked to him. I haven't dealt with him for a minute, but he's out here still doing these skins, man. And that's what it's about. Keep doing this thing up. Study at work. Paulie out here doing this thing, and various other people are doing these things. So a lot of your skins are from these folks, and I didn't even know Kasi was from Ohio. Wow, I thought I had befriended him, but he did probably lost folks. Lost. You know, and all this time, he's in my neck of the woods. He's in my background. I didn't even know he was from Ohio. Like I see my point. So that's why I said, you never know who you're dealing with. You don't know who you're dealing with. and that's why it pays to be on your best behavior. We understand you may feel all cocky and and this and that, but at the end of the day, it's all about playing the game. That's what it's about. So, okay, this is my other trader that I was supposed to add here, but I'm slowly getting this stuff back in here, and this is the Black Sound Traffic that I'm already running, but it's off the workshop. But I got this one too. That's so I can edit it for myself. You know. And then this is the Ping login trader that I purchased. That's why I said I purchased this stuff just like anybody else. Don't hate. I purchased this stuff just like anybody else. I understand it's business. It's bigger than you. Understand it's business. I didn't have to pay $25 for this mod. I didn't have to do it. I didn't have to do it. But I understand. I paid 25 for this, 25 for this. I paid $30 for the 5900 I got in here. Y'all don't even know I got the 5900 in here. I paid $30 for it. Now, the thing about it is, it needs more stuff on it from GV Mod. Like I said, now he has a Sterling 9500. Okay, just like the one I'm messing around with. I'm working with. I mean, it's more likely nice, but I want to start figuring stuff out for myself. It's bigger than me. I need to figure stuff out for myself. I understand you got a business. You're trying to create your business or whatever you're doing. I need to do that for me. That's confirmation for me. Okay, the more I touch this stuff, the better I get. You know, that's what it's about. It's no disrespect. It's all about that. So I'm slowly putting these mods back in because of the update and because of what's going on. You know, so see, I got all kinds of Western. See how many Western Stars 5700s I got? A whole lot. But I have to now. Some of them I'm gonna take out. Now this one's the project one. You know, so I got multiple ones that are in here. Some of them may be maybe a little older than this and I'm you know so this one has already been updated for 1545 and 146. So whenever I get a chance, I can delete those if I want to delete them. See the point? And I got a stretch one right here. So the same person that created this one too. So they made it stretch. Yeah. So you know it's when you're modders, you're supposed to stick together. You don't let that stuff get to you. When you are a community, you don't let stuff like that get to you. I'm looking for the other traders. Eddie, where's the trader that Eddie? He just updated the thing for me. Man, my goodness. He technically did it for the community. He didn't just do it for me. He did it for me because I befriended him to be able to do that. I am a content creator, just like he a content creator. He's a modder. I mean, he's a gamer. I'm a gamer. It is what it is. You know, So that's what it's about. It's building up relationships. That's how you make this thing bigger than what it is. Okay, and that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. So I'm always gonna be game to try to help somebody get to a certain plateau they're trying to get to. It's room for everybody. Everybody can eat. Everybody can eat. We come together just like Mark Libby wanted to convoy. He convoyed with somebody. I was game to convoy with him too if I could. I couldn't do it. I convoyed for 12 hours with him. So it ain't like I can't do it again. And I did that because I could do it. You know. Yeah, but now I got I got Hank on YouTube actually promoting me. He promoting me, and I got I got CB out here from doing the same freaking thing. That's all I'm trying to tell y'all. It's all about community. It's all about relationships. That's what it's about. And they out there talking about me. Why? Because all I did was give the invitation to be able to, one hand washes the other. Where do we mess up? Where we stop being human? That's where I don't understand. This is what really irks me the most. And I'm streaming. I'm doing my thing. You know, and I'm doing my thing. Yeah. But we all a community. We all connect together. And first of all, we are of men of color trying to put this thing together. And we doing some things. We out here doing some freaking things, bro. I mean, we out here doing some things. That's what it's all about. You know, he's on there. They out there. They on YouTube doing their thing. You know, I was restreaming from Facebook to YouTube to Twitch. Then I found out my stuff wasn't coming across all the way across, so I shut the thing down. I was paying $19 a month for it. Why pay $19 a month and you're not giving me everything I'm supposed to have? I kept it a month. I let it drop. I mean, what? I mean, you got my $19. I mean, you're going to do better. I couldn't even, you know, and that's what we do out here, man. This is what we do. These are these we out here working, figuring this stuff out, man. And that's what we doing out here, man. This is what we doing. But this is what it's all about. I'm having a good time. I'm enjoying myself. I'm gonna always enjoy myself because that's what you're supposed to do. Life is already enough. It's enough pressure. I'm up. I'm enjoying the rest of my days off. I got 2 days off. People they won't they technically my coworkers want us to go back to 8 hours, which is cool. 8 hours is cool. I lose a day. I won't lose a day off. I lose a day off, but I always gain all my hours still. It won't be 10 hours. It'll be 8 hours. So they trying to figure this stuff out, which didn't make any sense anyway. Even if we worked 10 hours, we still was ahead. And we was losing money, so it didn't even matter. So, but I'm out here just trying to have a good time. That's it. You know, uh, and the thing about it is, this is where we have to knock the bull crap aside and do our thing as we do our thing. We agree to disagree. That's what it's about. You may not like, and one thing I've learned when I see people doing content, that's their content. You have to respect their content. And a lot of people like extra stuff in their content, because they understand. Yeah, when they doing some things out here, and that's what it's all about. And we learning, we're growing off each other. We're learning. Yeah, and that's what it's all about, man. At the end of the day, we chop it up. I'm about to create a podcast possibly on my channel with my buddies that are already talking. That's in the background. They're not in the background. They're in my ear. But I can put them in my background if I want to put them in my background. And that's what we're doing. This is what we're doing. Yeah, and that's what it's about. He just got through live streaming. CB Ish Talker. He just got through streaming. Got through streaming. You got you got old school 66 Hank Arlington out here streaming on YouTube. Then you got Mark Libby, better known as uh uh Night Rider Gaming. He out here streaming too. So what's the problem? What's the problem? Everybody streaming, everybody having fun. There's enough money for everybody. Enough money for everybody. We come together. I even found out there's a way where all of us can stream at the same time. And I'm about to put that. I'm gonna figure that out, where we all can stream at the same time, and we all benefit and all have a good time. And that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. I'm already 2 hours. I've been farting around just two, two, 2 hours. 2 hours of what? Just just having fun, chopping it up. Somebody came in. Rihanna came in to say hello. Hank came in say hello. Various other people came in say hello. You know, it is what it is. You know, and I'm having a good time. I'm having a good time. You know, I'm tired of not enjoying myself. And I'm gonna make sure I enjoy myself. If nobody else enjoys, I'm gonna enjoy myself. And the thing about it is, when you role play, people need to really understand what role play is. You know, I let a person, you know, enjoy themselves. In my streams, or if you're chopping it up, I understand how you. I mean, I'm never that unhuman that I don't let you be yourself. I do have my stuff monetized down to PG-13. Okay, but in the same breath, I let people understand they can come in my on my page and enjoy themselves. You know, uh, because it's a family G-rated um, uh, streaming page. Okay, I have my kids watching. I have other family members watching. So to to we never should never get so that we are beyond human. We all, when we cut ourselves, we still bleed red at the end of the day. That's it. I'm having a good time. I'm messing around here. I'm waiting on this truck to show up. Soon we probably have this. I don't know when we're gonna have it. I can't wait until they drop it. But this is the next truck. Then come to find out, I seen one that had the directional light on the mirrors. It was going right into the port, right next to my job. And so it's all about you know what you make. Life is what you make it. You have to enjoy life, because life is just too short. And people dropping like flies. I just heard about Christy Alley. Gone. She's gone. 71 years old. I think she was in her 70s. Gone. Various other people gone. They gone. And if you don't really understand that we are in a situation. Now I had this in here. I don't know why it wouldn't allow me to run my truck. So I had to take it out, and I still don't understand it. So I'm not gonna run it. So um, yeah, that's the undiscovered ATS road. And you know, see, they're not gonna update this one. I see, but that's why I said you gotta yeah, Yeah, but you see all these mods abandoned. You just abandon the mod. I mean, why? Why? Because of some bull crap? Because of what somebody say? No, no. But this is what it's all about, man. You got to keep the drive alive. Got to keep the drive alive. I'm still looking for that trailer. So I'm looking for that. So I'm about to add all my Western stars in here, like I said. So let's see. I'm looking for that other low boy. Low boy. Okay, this is something that Darkness had put together, which I reached out to Darkness to add some trailer stuff to the outside of this. Take your trailers, trailer mod. I mean trailer not the trailer the traffic model, and put them on the truck. I mean put them on the trailer. All this stuff is content. It's all the same. You know. You know, load is a load in my book. And here it is. Let me see. This is Eddie right here. So I'm looking for the rest of his load. So you know this is the John Reuters. I gotta look on his site to see if he added any more. So that's where I'm at and dealing with that. I need to see if he added anything. I just ain't been just been so busy, you know. Uh yeah, but I'm looking for. Let me look over here. I may have to go on his workshop to see. I know it's supposed to be activated. Oh, there it is. But this is it. This is the load that I was talking about. They didn't put. So this is what I inspired him to do. So you got a class C record on the back, which he's going to be adding that also to the step deck, which would be a little bit more cleaner look, because then you still got all the wheels, you know. So I'm gonna run this, you know. So he did a good job with adding this stuff on here, and let me see. I should have my okay. Yeah. Well, it's been so I may have to deactivate it and then reactivate it because for some reason it's not showing up. So it's not a problem. Which even has other stuff. I didn't even know he had other stuff. He got paint jobs in here, and just like I said, I'm his friend. Because whenever he decides to, I don't know what happened here. I try to keep the realistic aspect, but sometimes you gotta have some fun. You know, can't make it too serious, and that's one thing I'm learning. So now he study putting these other loads on here, and I'll be glad when uh, so that's the newest one. So you know, so I possibly do have them in here. It's just that I probably wasn't looking at them. But we'll see. Uh, so more cargoes for low boy. That's what it is. I forgot that I don't think he actually added anything for. That's it right there. Excuse me. Sorry for sneezing in the stream. But just like I said, it's a human thing. I can't stop it. But yeah. So I have this one, which is a copy of that. But I rather have this one because he's going to keep that one updated. I like this one only. The only reason why I get these because I may want the wheels to be. I want to edit it for my own life. You know, that's the way I normally do. It's no disrespect to nobody that's doing their thing because I love what everybody's doing out here. I love what everybody's doing out here. I got it. Wish Busted will reach back out to me because I don't know what he up to, but you know I've been hopefully uh, he maybe life happens. Life happens. Yeah, life happens. So I understand. You know, you gotta do what you gotta do. But I gotta look on here and figure out. So we're gonna get back in here. I just wanted to make sure help everybody understand what Croc 342 is all about. This is something that I've done throughout my whole career. Outside of this, I do this in real life. I don't just do this on the screen and showcase. Just showboating and all that stuff. I don't have time for it. I mean, I put my money where my mouth is. And if uh, I love to stay in profit mode. Like I said, I bought a smoker. Off my sweat, blood, and tears, and plan on using it. So I think maybe need some smoked meat. Probably create some jerky or something. We're gonna do something. I'm gonna figure out something um, because I'm sort of tired of the same old rigmarole. You know, and you get tired of it after a while. So life is already complicated. You know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, at first I thought my game had crashed, but I forgot I'm still listening to. I'm on here. They over there acting up over there on YouTube, man. But they're having a good time, man. They having a freaking good time. That's what it's about. At the end of the day, in your own special way, you have to have a good time because after that, you still got to go back to reality. You know, darn, forearms hurt. Bring back memories of my forearms hurting again. Go up on the line and actually sort through the linen, which was cool because one of the guys thought I thought I didn't still have it in me. So I had to show him up, let him know that don't try to play me. I'm out here. I ain't called Croc for nothing. Once I get down, I get down. So, yeah. But at the end of the day, we gotta have a good time. I have a good time at work as much as I can, chop it up. And when we act up, they be mad at us, but I don't care. We gotta, you can't take that from us. I don't give a care who you is. You can't take that from us. That's what it's all about. So I think I'm gonna go on ahead and buy me a low boy in here. See what kind of low boy, and see what kind of low we can get with the low boy. I got a little texture issue here. That's okay. This thing gonna be extra long. But I'm gonna let me see. Before I buy it, I want to make sure those are showing up. They probably still gonna be an issue of showing up. Still gonna take time for things to show up. So that's why I go down here at the bottom here. This is supposed to be a nice little trader right here. It's a Mac trader. Pneumatic. Even though the P is silent, but that's a pneumatic trader. And it's a beautiful thing that we got these Western Stars as well as these Peterbilts. I'm always showcasing these. Now, I wish they would have made them stacked, but they put the cradle in there. They should have went on ahead and added this in there and put that in there right there. But that's still cool. That's still cool. I never seen this, but this is something that they created, out their own, from their own stuff. So, but normally in the U.S. they all stack, but they always got the cradle. And they got the saddle. This normally the saddle all the way across, and we got a factory on the way. One of those updates, so I don't know when they're going to actually release it, but they probably still in the process, still working on it. So, which we're going to be actually we're going to be sooner or later. We're going to soon. Well, we already got one factory for the Kentworth, and we'll have a factory for the Peterbilt, which should be working in our way in the right direction. So let's see. Okay, this is the Delope. I haven't ran this Delope in a minute, so we'll see how it works. Got the Bigfoot truck in there. That's from Drew Modding, and I was on their Patreon, and since it was active duty, I couldn't afford to keep promoting it, but we still in good standards. He's still doing his thing. I think he's still active, and so he don't have that time that he used to have. So that's just the way it is, man. Time. These jobs will work you to death. I'm telling you, they will work you to death. At the end of the day, ooh, this is nice. I like that. Yeah, the refrigerated B train. I'm gonna start running these. I like this. I like them when they're flatbed. Okay, here we go. Now maybe this is it right here, because I think this is it. Fire truck, haul truck. I should have updated it. updates. Probably gonna take a minute for it to show up. Now this is on another one. That's that. Airplane pushback. The airport pushback a minute. I don't see it on here yet, but I'm sure it'll show up. Yeah, he'll make sure it's in here. I'm not gonna step on his toes like some people don't mind stepping on your toes and don't know nothing about no modding. They tell you, oh well, this ain't here, this ain't, well, you put it in there then. That's because it's so easy, put it in there yourself. You know, like I said, you can't pay attention to all that noise. You can't pay attention to all that noise. Now this is in here, which is cool too. Which I need to get back into. Yeah, this is I love these rock trucks. These rock trucks are epic. And then the whole point. Look at that. Look at the tie downs on it. And that takes time. I mean, once you get this in here, then maybe you can go on ahead and mess around and get the tie downs. You know, you know. But it takes time to do this stuff. I mean, for to see a lot of this stuff on, in the game is beautiful. That's why I say you won't hear nothing from me, other than if you're making money, that's when you're gonna hear from me. When a person, bucket truck. Wow, he can put a U-Haul. Yes, he can put a U-Haul there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now, he put, even though he put it on the low boy, don't forget about that step deck. Don't forget about the step deck. Now, all he had to do, because that's enough trying to get this in here. Now, all he had to do is add the tie down. That's all he got to do. All he got to do is add the tie down. So he coming along. That's the garbage truck. The garbage truck already in it. So see how the tie down's already in here? So if he can actually add tie downs, we got the little, that looks nice. I like that. They did an excellent job. SES is doing some great stuff. I'm loving it. It's a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing. And brought it's like what's the name of that movie? Oh, Hoodlum. The mortician actually was talking to Bumpy Johnson about bringing more. You know, you know, people don't really understand. You can make somebody else rich just by being stupid. You got all this killing going on, but you know who's making all the money? The funeral. They're making all the money. You don't want them to make all the money. Stop all the killing. Just like Takeoff. Takeoff got killed on some crazy stuff. Oh, here it is, right here. Here it is, Class C record. Here it is. Wow, there it is. Now he took the wheel off because, but I think he could have left the wheel on there. Well, I see why he took the wheel off right there. I see why. I see why. So it still looks good. It still looks good. I'm just happy that it's on the rec. I mean on the low boy. So you got that one. Oh, okay, that one too. Okay, all right, great. Now that one probably would. You probably could have put the wheel on there and had it lifted up a little bit. So it still works. It still works. As long as you got it in the game, I'm a happy camper. I don't care. Yard jockeys, And somebody actually made a yard jockey. This is a trap. This they actually made this an actual active truck. You know, but it's it's private. You know, so but it's okay. It's okay. You want to make it private? Okay, it's okay. He been hard at work, man. Dang. I got so much stuff to load to haul. It don't make no sense. Dump truck. And then if you notice, this guy been putting the dump trucks on here. Now you got other modders that are putting dump trucks on their load. You should have been doing it. Just like I said, you should have been doing it. Why? Because this is what people like. People want more stuff to haul. Just give them more stuff. Don't be hating. Just give them more stuff. Okay. It's all gonna pan out for you. Always do. All right. So good. Now I have confirmed that these loads are here. So, but because of my level, that's why they're not showing up yet. Okay. So, because I'm gonna have to level up some more. So, what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to add uh, the profile updater so I can get past that. Normally, I run it at least 3 times to get myself to like 99, and then I should be able to get all the loads. You know, uh, and this one only has 29 mods in it. And a lot of times I try not to use too many mods because sometimes it chokes the game up a little bit. So I'm gonna go in and pull that and probably do a couple loads to add. It's gonna give me more money, which I don't want it to give me more money. I just want the status. I just want the level up. You know, but it is what it is. So just take what I can get. But I'm glad he went on ahead and updated Hopefully Darkness. I got my message, and he can add some other stuff. But I know that he had I think the one model that might have been Eddie that was asking about that because he thought that it was Blade. He thought that was Blade's truck. No, it's not Blade. That's something that SDS had already put in. They already bought the rights to that. Mhm. Yep. So we already 2.5 hours. I'm just messing around, man. I mean, I'm messing around. People pop in, people pop out. People, look at what you're doing, and they figure, okay, well, uh, then I'm just chopping it up with them while I'm doing two things at once. And soon I'm gonna be getting ready to get out of here to drop off my kids possibly. So I know I gotta get out here and try to see if I can figure out something today. I know I gotta find something to eat. Man, I'm pretty starving. Dang. Oh, I'm messing around, y'all. Sorry about that. I thought they was still waiting on me. Shoot, I'm on here just chopping it up. I don't care, man. I'm just having fun. Oh, oh, shoot, I forgot. I was supposed to be putting the profile in here. Sorry, I gotta go back out the game. I'm on you. I'm over here on YouTube chopping it up with them. Nobody wanted to come in here and talk to me on Facebook. I talk to the people on the other side. It don't even matter. It don't even matter. Like I said, I got them in my ear. So, yeah, it is what it is. All right, hold on a minute. I gotta go and check out something real quick. My kids ain't up. My wife ain't up. Somebody ain't up. So I don't know if they supposed to be getting up or what. I'll be right back. What's up, Mark? What's going on, Mark? Yeah. All right. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I got off here for a minute. I'm talking to was talking on YouTube, talking to Hank and them. They're having a good time over there. Go on YouTube click that link and I talk to you on that side. I'm still on here, but you know how it goes. If people ready to talk to me, we'll talk. But I'll go back and forth. It don't even matter. Yeah, but you know how I do it. But I'm glad you came out. I know it was probably too early for you. I know you. Well, you know, early bird get the worm, like I say. You know. Yeah. But yeah, yeah. Gave you a shout out, man. You know. Yeah, they over here. They over here having a good time. Hank is hurt. Hank is stupid, man. This dude is funny. Okay, he about to go off. Okay, he's about to sign off. So they over there chopping it up, man. Having a good time. He about to go in there and sign off because been up all night. Hold on a minute. Let me see what I got. Alright, I'm back, y'all. Sorry about that. Sorry for the delay. There's always a delay with me. Alright, we kicking at 3 hours so far. I'm gonna go ahead and kill out my 4 hours real quick. Yeah. So I was chopping it up with them. They was having a good time. And that's what it's all about, y'all. That's all I'm telling you. Just like I said, never get so busy that you cannot communicate. You got to communicate. Can't be failure to communicate. Let's see here. See if I can find some loads here. Yeah, I changed it up a little bit. Boy, I think I gotta use the bathroom. Man, somebody in the restroom anyway. I can't go in there anyway. Right now. Look at that. That's nice. That step deck. That's nice. I'll be glad when I start seeing a lot of these vehicles on the step deck, because step deck is strong enough to haul some stuff on it. Trust me. I watch Ice Road Truckers. These folks be hauling some stuff, in Canada. I mean, serious, serious stuff. I might have to start showing videos on my groups to prove a point. To help y'all understand that load is a load. When you're putting it on a truck, you never know what you can put on a truck. You can put all kinds of stuff on a truck. Everything come on trucks and trains all day long. Oh, it's not realistic. You don't know what's out here. I mean, they create this stuff as they go, and that's what it's about. Create it as you go. So let's see. Grab something else. But I'm still messing around with that mod. I'm gonna figure it out. I did have somebody say make sure you match it up with take another mod and actually look at the way the scripting is for the format, the scripting format, and weigh it with yours, and I may have to rescript it. You know, Sometimes you'd be surprised. I learned that with the sound file. You'll be thinking that sometimes you have to take uh, the updated information. Um, Sometimes the game doesn't read old information. That's the way it is, And I'm learning that day in and day out. We're dealing with this stuff all the time, so it is what it is. Also, I wanted a B train. I definitely wanted a B train. I need to see how B train flatbed will look on here. Something I always wanted, and I've been seeing a lot of people with a lot of drivers with that same trailer. It's just something about those. Over here. B doubles. There it is. B doubles. Just something about B doubles, man. You. This is SDS. nothing to me, you know that. I'm all about breaking the rules within reason. Trucking, there's no limitations on trucking. But we definitely, I'm gonna try to get this thing as far as I can get it. That's the reason why I get up early enough, so I can kill out that 4 hours real quick. You know, I can do that in one day. I don't even have to stream twice in a 14-day period and all that stuff. I can stream 4 hours and I'm good. You know, and the job has been done. Now, exclusive, which is the Benson trailer, Benson light. A lot of people don't even know that's Benson. That's the Benson lights on this trailer. Well, Benson manufacturer, or whatever you call it. So I go with this exclusive that. I want the chrome. I want the chrome. You know I can't take these and put them nowhere other than these states. So I'll probably use that trailer somewhere else. My plan was to try to do a logistics theme or something like that, but it didn't work out like that. So take what I can get. Just be happy to stream and doing what I'm doing. You know, because life can distract you. Be a distraction. Now, if I really wanted, I could have put the letters, raised whites. One time I put raised whites on this boy. Put the raised whites on there. Leave them flat. Still make it raised whites for more. A lot of color. I think she's ready. Ready to go. Like they won't let me get it. That's crazy. I may not want it now, but I can still. Yeah, so I have to be in another state. So they must have really put restrictions on there. I can't do that now. But that's why I like. I mean, well, they call it. Well, they call theirs the drop dead, which is still the same thing. And then to make these exclusive, you know, it's epic. So see, Oh, also thanks for Knight Rider Gaming becoming a follower. I forgot about that. Sorry about that. Knight Rider Gaming. So in the loop a little bit. It happens sometimes. See how far finger has gotten with this one. Silver Star. Make it exclusive. Oh yes I can. Put some ooh, my favorite. I'm loving a lot of these mods coming to the workshop. I appreciate that. Appreciate the modders bringing out a lot of these vehicles to the workshop. Greatly appreciated. I haven't been in this in man in one of these in a minute. Oh boy. Okay. Use this one. I've seen it, but I never got a chance to run it. Ain't bad. Ooh, nice. It's a nice trade right here. Okay, I can go white ones. I can go paintable ones. Black ones. Go with these. This is the beauty of having this. sort of start over because try not to have to start over, but there it goes. Fortunately, now technically, well, I already had drove the login trailer before. This technically set up for logging, really. Be technical. But, let's see if we can find us another job here. Oh shoot! No, I still ain't put that profile in here. I know I did. I know I didn't put the profile in there. So thought I did. Wait a minute, let me see. Boy, if the lows changed, then I know I did. Nope, no, I did. I do it. So I want to up this profile because like when that little fiasco happened, a little mishap happened, it actually started me over. So sort of trying to put myself back into my status of what I already was. So that's why I'm sort of using the profiler. So you're gonna have to go through all that. Because if you do, you have to go through all that all over again. Which the journey is tedious, Even though some players, oh well, I'm bored, I want to start over. Well, you start over. I'm not starting over. Not like that. It's just too much. There's a lot more I could be doing than starting over completely from ground zero in a game. If I can help it. Starving like Marv, man. Almost 8 o'clock. Mm. Yeah. Y'all notice? I don't know if y'all actually noticed the news. News used to be on point with a lot of stuff. I'm talking about like so professional that they didn't know how to get off the script. Now they're getting off script because they know that people are more engaged to when you're off script than you on script. A lot of times everybody are not taking things at all seriously all the time, and you have to be able to adjust that. That's why you have a lot of this is something nice, something new. Check this out. Yeah, let's check that out. So much new stuff out here. I'll try it out later. And you just sort of have to just go along with the flow. That's what I try to do in everything I do. I don't take this stuff as serious, even though I do vent out sometimes, only because you just get tired of the same old, draw it out. People just are miserable. Just miserable. and they don't know how to get out of that slump. And sometimes you have to create your own path to do other things, because life will definitely wear you out. Yeah, I'm still waiting on. I'm gonna have to put a bug in his ear to have him finish this up, because he was supposed to finish it up talking about and I know he's doing all kinds of projects. Just a lot of the times, you get busy, and it's not a problem because he's doing a good job. He's doing some other stuff. He's doing some other great stuff. So what I'm gonna do is, oh, somebody already reached out. Let me see. Somebody reached out to him yet? Yep. Let's see. Let me. Yeah, I had to put a bug in his ear. Let's see. Hold on a minute. Let me type in here real quick. Let's see. Hey, offer you planning. So now y'all get a chance to see what I do already. See, are you planning on adding more traders? I think I'm friends with him. So he may get this response. Some people, because the last response he got was in May 13th. So I'm gonna be the first response today. So more likely he'll probably get back with me and let me know if he's gonna have time. Which he probably has time. He probably forgot. Like I said, you had your hands in so much stuff that you forget what you already started. So uh, trader to to your mod 4146. Okay, I'm not gonna go all crazy with it. Just a little, you know, you know, something to pique his interest on what I'm talking about, and he probably go back to his description and find out that, oh, I forgot I was supposed to add stuff to this, and he probably did, and I probably ain't paid attention. But I don't see anything in here already, so that's why I'm inquiring about it, because he was supposed to be coming back in here to finish up some other stuff. I don't know why this thing keeps moving like that. Stop moving like that. Okay, so he already had did the car hauler, which he's going to have to add the new loads to the car hauler for Texas, and then he still has the low boy, and he has the numeric bulk trader to add too. So we'll see if he get a chance to add to it or whatever. He'll message me back in regards of it, because he got some nice loads here. Because those ain't the only loads. He got some other, like some trucks and stuff here. So let's see. He always is doing some stuff, and he sort of needs to update his thing anyway. Um, and a lot of his projects are on his workshop anyway. Oh, he ain't even friends with me. Man, am I friends with him? Why is that? How did I block him? That's weird. That is weird. He ain't supposed to be blocked. What? When did I block him? That's crazy. That is sick. He was never supposed to have been blocked. What the heck? How did that happen? I must have been messed up when I did that. He wasn't supposed to have been blocked because I'm Facebook friends with him. That is crazy. All right. Well, he'll know I'm trying to reach back out to him, so he's in for real. Still got some nice stuff here. Nice stuff here. He's playing GTA too. The hard old dog. Well, he got some nice little pictures. Now I got some of this stuff already because he hasn't put it on the workshop. He may have to put a lot of his stuff on the workshop. I think that's what he should do. You know, if it's his, put it on the workshop. Simple. Nothing wrong with it. Yeah, I have this trailer too. This is a nice trailer. This is a nice, very nice trailer right here. That's why I said it's so much stuff out here, man. It's just crazy. I can't even get past all of it. And it's so many goodies here, man. These guys are just pumping this stuff out so fast. Now I'm gonna see if it will add. Now sometimes the mod, well, I think you still gotta sort of add more information in the mod, to update it for the current version. I think you still got to do that. So I'll probably still check to see if I have to do it or not. I mean, if he has to do it or not. I'll leave it up to him. So I don't really want to tamper with nothing. Now, if it was my own, I would tamper with it. If it was my own edit, then I would tamper with it. I just make sure the credit get in there. So, if I really wanted to showcase it, but a lot of stuff, a lot of my edits, nobody really get anyway. So, and I don't have the time. I mean, you know, time I'm not on the game, I'm either asleep or trying to rest up for the next big hurdle, and that's all I can tell you because sometimes it just gets too much. I'm dealing with this situation now. I got to get out here and possibly get out here if I can find out what my specs, my torque specs for this truck, so I can start piecing it back together and make sure everything is in harmony. Because I was put new spark plugs in. I still possibly might have to put new coils in, especially in the back, because that's the place where I will have to take the whole intake back loose. And it's just a lot of these cars are the same. You got big intake on your car, on your motor. Trust me, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna have to take that off in order to get to your back plug. They do that with everything. I mean, they complicate everything, and it's a control thing. Everything has a control. It's a control factor, and that's what I don't like. I understand you got business, or you're doing this and you're doing that. I mean, I'm right here, and right in the neck of the woods, where it's a control thing. Uh, you can't do this, you can't do that. Why? Because I have to say so, and that's just the way it is. I mean, it's mental slavery now that you have to be careful with now. It's not just physical anymore. A lot of people just don't understand what's going on. CB, CB. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm messing around, man. You see, if you look at my time, man, I've been on here for 3.5 hours, bro. Just messing around, bro. I'm messing around. I got a nine. You know anybody that update mods? So I got a 9500. That's a Sterling 9500 that I need to. I was just talking about it earlier. Uh, I need to finish in gaming it. Oh, you in the bed? Yeah. I mean, yeah, yeah, yeah. I only tab out because I couldn't see what your what's the name said right there because my thing wasn't going fast enough. That's why I have my If nobody comes in, I have to. The thing has to continue to tell you the same thing over and over again. Please show your support to the stream. What's so hard about that? It's so easy. It's so easy to do that. But what's easy to do is easy not to do. You know. So I'm up. I got to get some other things. I'm gonna try to get some other things done today. Hopefully, I'm just trying to get through these hours because you know about Facebook. If I don't do it, then they gon' uh, it's not gonna be pretty for me. So, um, I'm gonna have to. I just go on ahead and do the 4 hours. Put that work in. Not yet. I'll be looking for your moder. Yeah. I got a few people in the pipeline, but they're busy. They're busy, man. And all I have to do, I'm sure the textures need to be up to date. And if you look back through my stream earlier, you'll see I was just talking about it. Um, there's one that GV Mods got. It's probably cool. It's cool, but I don't have $30 for that, and it didn't make sense for me to run him $30 for a truck that I could possibly get fixed myself. I mean to make. I have my own model that I got from somebody else that I don't know how he got his model, but I ain't gonna hate hate on the player, But yeah. Oh yeah, this is Color Shower, but it's an edit. Somebody else had modified it. He probably has his copy. This is mine. And they did a good job to this. So this is what I'm talking about. You know what we talking about, CB. Y'all was just talking about it earlier. Y'all was just talking about it earlier. And I mean, I was listening. Y'all, giving accolades, and it's cool. Um, this is where did we fail to become to continue to be human. That's where I need to figure out. You know, this they just was looking at takeoff, talking about the investigation of takeoff. This is like 5 days ago, and it's the same thing they constantly talking about over and over again, and people just, I mean, you don't necessarily have to have a gun to kill somebody nowadays. You can kill with your mouth. You can kill with your mouth. It's very easy, very easy. And where did we fail to to continue to be human? That's where I'm trying to figure out. And I've I've been doing this a long time, man. And you know, we agree to disagree. We have a good time. We do what we do, and we sleep well. If we allow ourselves to sleep well. If we let this stuff really get in our head, everything is crazy. It's so crazy. So I'm gonna grab something. Grab that one. It's only 2 hours. I'm just trying to level up. Yeah, yeah, I know. I'm just talking. I'm just. You see what I. You know how this works. Uh, uh, do the what is it? The exclamation point uptime, and it'll tell everybody how long I've been on here. Farting around. I'm talking about literally messing around. I haven't really been doing nothing, but just chopping it up. And you can You can, yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Indeed, it is, bro. And it's got some other bodies to it too. Oh, I'll get you. I'll give you the 411, bro. Give me a minute. I'll give you the 411. I'll make sure you plugged in. You ain't got to even worry about that. I'm gonna plug you in. You ain't got to worry about it. I'm about to plug. Yeah, 3 hours, 3.5 hours to be exact. Of doing what? Now you understand where I'm coming. But this man, after I get through doing this, I'm going to do what I've been doing. This is just like a movie, bro. What do you think the movie people do? They go and do their thing. They go and make their little pennies, and they go home. That's what I'm doing. You know. And this thing got some This thing got some mean sounds in it and everything. You can't touch that. You can't touch this truck, man. This is a bad freaking truck. And shout out to Coward Shadow Walker. You did an excellent job. But it don't end there. It don't end with you. That's the thing that people don't understand. It doesn't end with you. Because you have created something, it does not end with you. Give it space for somebody else to enjoy. Please. Don't hold this stuff together. Don't hold this stuff to the point where now they just said. I just found out one of my streamer comrades passed away, and one of my shout out to Ariana Cruz, Miss Cruz, better known as Cali Girl Gaming. She just said something in the community that one of our people that game is gone. So this is where we at now. We wait until you die, then all of a sudden now you saying, okay, well, condolences. That means nothing if you didn't say it, if you didn't celebrate their life when they was alive. I mean, that's where it should be. You know, you want to celebrate something, celebrate now, not wait until I'm dead, then all of a sudden I can't hear it, I can't see it. I'm just being honest, being straight up with you. I can't see it, I can't hear it. Yeah. But I'm plugging you in. But it's part of the community, man. All these folks is out here we got the same goal. That's it. We got the same freaking goal, man. And that's it. But I'm going to plug you in, bro. And I just reached out to my dude, and watch. It's going to be an edit of that same truck. That 9500 that I got. Watch it be out here. And it'd probably be out here faster than I can get mine running. Am I gonna hate on him for getting it together first? No. I'm gonna give you your flowers where you live now, and I appreciate you reaching. I mean, you communicate. You know, he gave me some pointers of what I could be doing wrong. You know, and he's figuring this stuff out. You know, I'm gonna reach out to him. I got something wrong with the lights back here, but where both of those lights flash in the back. But that's an easy fix. He gonna figure that out. Freaking backup lights work. And I just got through driving the truck. You know, I'm just trying to level it up a little bit more. You know, so my other loads will show up. You know. So I'm about to plug you in, bro. That's why now I'm gonna bring something to your attention. That's why I said plug me in to you personally. Remember when I said when I inboxed you? Okay, I need that connection so I can connect you properly. Okay, that's what I said. I understand who you are. That's your handle. I got it. I'm always gonna be prop. That's cool. But you gotta be bigger than this. That's why I said we need to go further than this. Yeah. Just private message me, and I will get you plugged in to everything I know. Just like you know some stuff, I know some stuff. So I'll get you plugged in, just like I'm plugged in. Okay? And the thing about it is, because of the way the group is, okay, what's going on? All right, what's going on, Da Vinci? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate that. Okay. I'll get you plugged in. If you play ATS and ETS, I'll get y'all plugged in. Yeah, get y'all plugged in. Yeah. And then y'all may want some projects put together. I don't know, what you want. I don't know. I mean, I've gotten as far as I can get because a lot of the exclusive stuff I got already. I got it already. So you gotta, and I bore real easy. See my point? I'm gonna shut the truck off. I'm talking now. So the thing about it is, you gotta really understand. I get bored real easily. If you don't have something new for me to be able to see and look at, then I get bored. I'll go along with the flow. I'll run the default trucks. It's not a problem. I love SES. SES has done an excellent job. But I bore easily when it comes down to other content. Like, for instance, we'll say, I put this truck together, and I paid. It's a fee for the truck. You better make sure I'm not bored, because I get bored and I won't use it no more. I paid all that money for it, but I won't use it no more because it's not. You have to keep me interested. You have to keep me interested in it and what I'm looking at. So SES is doing that. That's why the updates are coming up. They're keeping us interested. They already know what to do. That's why the game is $5. The game is $5. It's 75% off on the game. $5. It was $20. It's $20 for the game. It's $5 for both games. $20. It's $5. $4.99. Then you add the DLC and on the low, right? Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Exactly. And that's what it's about. This dude done edited this truck. I'm not gonna say any names, but he edited this truck and added more stuff to the truck. Okay? He added more stuff to the truck. Regardless of how you see it and how you think, and quiet as kept, he gonna create his own stuff in a minute. You gonna mess around and he's gonna make his own stuff up. And it is gonna be what it is. And everybody loves it. I mean, you got your haters out there, but you got people that love it. Why? Because he's bringing stuff, and it's no strings attached. If you communicate with this guy is gonna respond back and let you know that I'm gonna fix the problem. You got folks out here that you done paid money for something, and you can't even get the update, or you gotta wait until they decide to update whenever they get a chance. Or they don't even communicate properly to let a person know, well, life has hit me, okay, and life is hitting everybody. So I understand that everything is out of whack. So I understand, but you got to communicate with the people. You have to communicate with the people. You have to be human. You have to be down to earth with your people. Okay, that's all. That's all. As long as you do that, you're gonna go a lot further. Yeah. I meant pilots. What's up? Okay. What's up? Okay. But that's what it's about. Just give me a few days. I'll get y'all plugged in. And I'm just looking on Facebook. I'm looking on my personal page. I just wish somebody else happy birthday I ain't seen in years. They was connected to me. I'm talking about connected to me higher more than y'all could ever know. Because there's a spiritual and it's a natural. You got a spiritual connection that's stronger than a natural could ever be. I don't give a care what you're talking. But I still wish this lady happy birthday. Why? Because I'm still connected to you, even though you may not be connected to me. I'm still connecting you. I'm still keeping that connection. That's what it's about. That human emotion you still got to keep. I don't give a care what you're talking about. And that's all I did. I didn't. Oh well, I ain't create a problem. All I did was happy birthday, and they thank me for everybody I connect with is still the same. I don't change. If you want to look at God, if you want to talk about God, God don't change. He don't change. When When life happened on one, it happened on all. That's why we all in the same boat. We all in the same boat, and that's all it is to it. This is my platform right here. You can't touch it. And I run it to the tail end, and they can't touch me. Why? Because I don't understand. Ooh, oh, here go load. This just drove past. But because it's my platform, I can do what I want. I can say what I want in a way where it does not conflict the rules that Facebook has put together. I appreciate what Facebook has done for me. They have gave me an opportunity to be able to express myself. Same as YouTube. They have gave me an opportunity. Now they got a lot more work to do. Both of them, all of them, got a lot more work to do. What you need to do is stay out the people's way and allow things to play out like it's supposed to. You're gonna get everything you want. What I learned in business, y'all, is you give everybody what they want, they give you what you want. You give people what they want, they will give you all you want. Simple as that. People want to live. People want to enjoy life. That's what they want to do. They want to be able to retire. They want to be able to make money and still live. Because life is short. Stress is stress. It don't take much. I'm learning that myself. That's why I'm in the shape I'm in. I'm 46. I'm good. I look good for my age, but I'm broke. I'm broke up. And if God wasn't here to help me, I would be even worse. You know, that's who keeps me going. You know, you understand. You understand. If you in so much control, don't die. That's all I ask a person. Don't die. If you got all the control, don't die. That's all I'm saying. But this truck and many other trucks has been put together, has been edited, and the community has took hold to that. You know, they not saying, okay, now the thing about this is where a customer really has to understand, or a person that don't know modding. I know all areas of all this stuff. It's just putting pen to paper. It's just like when I was learning drumming, I could make beats, but it was in my mind, but I couldn't get it to my hand. I was like that for a long time until I started getting into it. Now I'm not as good as I should be because I'm injured. So a lot of that you have to learn that as you at the beginning of life. You can't wait into the middle and the end of your life to like we'll say drumming. Okay, drumming is an exercise. It's work. Now you can wait until you're older to do it. You can wait until you're young, in your 30s and 40s to do it. But where it's more profitable is when you coming up, when you young, when you are fresh. Then your body can adjust to it and get used to it. Okay? As much as work as I did, I would never get used to work. I don't give a care. I mean, I don't mind working. I would never get used to it. Never. I would never get used to it. So, I had to kind of go back. I did have a webcam. I done ran out of slots on my computer, so I can't run it. I got to run the essential things that I need to run my game. Okay, to make everything look good. You know, you see this, that's the camera. You know, I can take cameras at every angle. Now, if we actually really pay attention, according to the update, that's why I like updates. When did we get this? When did we get that? Yeah. But when did we get this? That's why I said, why hate on the updates? Now you can do this stuff on the fly. You don't have to stop the truck. You can do this on the fly. And they knew that people liked the pictures. They like screenshots. They love screenshots. So what they're doing is they're learning us. They're allowing us to play the game, and they're watching us. They're watching us. I give everybody their credit. I even give the haters their credit, because if y'all wasn't around, then it wouldn't be making me better. Okay, I embrace my haters. I embrace my trolls. When you come in, you're a conversation piece. You are truly a conversation piece. And you see how I can just sit down and the thing about it is if I had a troll come in, I could just stop the stream and we could just go at it. Why? I'm gonna embrace you. You know, you're not gonna do no more than what And then if you notice, I have safeguards in place. Okay, safeguards. This is no different than what I did on YouTube, and I'm on Twitch also. Under Croc 342. Okay, so I'm gonna take a picture of this. So now you can go here. You can add your picture there. You can go here. I'll go back out right here. See how I just go right there? I can roll it. I can go back. I can take the picture. Voila. Yeah. 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 And they just don't watch. They play. They own game to see where we're coming from. Yep. Exactly. Now the thing about SES has learned a whole lot. Now the thing about it is ETS2 will always be the dominant game. It will always be the alpha male. Why? Because it's the alpha male because it started out that way. You cannot hate on that. I love ETS2. Oh my God, I love ETS2. Oh my goodness, they is doing some great stuff with that game. It don't make no freaking sense. Now we have ATS. A lot of stuff you see on ETS you don't see on ATS. Why? That's their neck of the woods. They have less drama in their neck of the woods than in the States. The States give you all kinds of drama. Everything, you got authentic licensing fees, you got all this other rigmarole. Now, like for instance, we'll say that first weed was outlawed, now it's legalized. Now you got to expunge everybody's record because you had decided to legalize it. When they was bootlegging, when they was moonshine and bootlegging, and dealing with drinks and stuff, when they legalized the stuff, now it's legal. Now you're gonna get in trouble now. Ain't that some crap? That's some crap. But that's the way they doing it. They want that control. They want to continue to keep that control. That's just the way it is. So here we go. Now the gaming aspect, you got podcasts, everybody got a podcast now. Why? Because now we in the digital age where everybody has a voice. Now it's all about how you do how you conduct yourself with your voice. Okay. I speak with intelligence. I didn't get that overnight. God had to give me that. He had to give me that. So I give all the credit to him because I wouldn't be where I am. The strength to be able to do what I'm doing. Yeah, he has gave me that. So that's what it's about. But if a person wants to, like for instance, I understand everybody got their handle here, okay? And everybody that come in and they talk or whatever. You can always message me your information and then I will connect with you personally on a personal note. If you leave that doorway open, or you can leave it closed and you can keep it as your handle. Your handle, nicknames, I love nicknames. That's one of my nicknames. Croc is my nickname. It's my nickname. It was created by someone else. I was always known as Sean, which is my middle name. That was always my name, Sean. It's Lee Sean, really. It's Lee Sean. So, but it's always been that. Okay. So, thanks for being a come up follower, man. Appreciate that. And also Dash, no the name. I'm bad with names. Y'all got to apologize. I apologize for that. I wish I was good with names. I tried to learn names as much as I could, and my whole career was learning names. And it was only like a couple minutes that I had to know your name, and it got irritating after a while. So, but we're gonna get back in the game. I'm already dipping at 4 hours, which I'm gonna probably cut it off right there. I'm gonna try to do one more load. I do one more load. So I need to level up a little bit. And I just wanted to leave that space to be able to talk a little bit. I was supposed to be enrolling, but that's alright. We good. Turning the little tunes on. I got radio. I got all kinds of radio. I got CB radio, CB chatter. I got Uncle D's special, Uncle D's chatter in here. Ooh, look at that. Wait a minute. What the heck is that? Wait a minute. Is that a what? Wait a minute. That's a. Man, they is putting some traffic vehicles in here. They is putting some traffic vehicles in here, man.
And maybe even a few for yourself. We've got you covered.
Oh, it's across the street. No wonder. That's why I can't see it.
Choose from a great selection of dishwashers, refrigerators, and other appliances.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Smart home products, including doorbells and other
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
along with smart thermostats and much more.
And then ever since they allow you to, man, you can drop the truck. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. You can lower the truck. That's beautiful. Beautiful thing. Go on and get this load. So this is what it's all about. This is life. This is what you call life. Like Hank was saying, he retired. I'm trying to get where you at, bro. You can do what you want. He can go turn around, he can go to sleep, wake right back up, go in streams, go back to sleep, eat him something to eat, go back to sleep. He can go and go for a walk. If he want to go and drive, he can go and drive a few hours, get on the road for a few hours, travel a little bit, chop it up, eat, have fun, and come back home and still, man, please. That's the life. This stuff is full of freaking birds, man. I done worked all my life and this is what I get? No, that's not gonna work. It's not gonna freaking work, bro. It's not gonna work. I need to be able to have something I feel. Alright, why the ring? Oh, there we go. This bastard got all the gears. Look at that. And I ain't even have to put no engines in this truck. He done put the custom engines in it. Man, please. I don't give a care what you talking, man. Edit is an edit, you know, and that's what I keep trying to tell y'all. An edit is an edit. You know, y'all swallow, straining on a gnat. Y'all straining on gnats, man. That's sad. But in the same breath, when I'm dead and gone, you talking about I wish I would have made amends with him. No, it's too late. You should have did that when I was living. That's it. Stop trying to do it while a person's dead. That's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. I mean, it's not the same. I don't care what you're talking. It's not the freaking same. Stop it. I wish I could see my sister. My youngest sister's dead. She's gone. I can't see her no more. She's gone. And I tried to talk to her as much as I could and try to encourage her as much as I could. She got tired of living. He didn't kill herself. She had cancer. She had cancer and she just stopped living. I mean, she didn't want to eat. She didn't want to take her medicine. She gave up on life. She gave up on life. And that was on my side. I had family members on my wife's side that passed. And we won't see them again. You know. Stop faking the funk like he is. He's not. Not in the spiritual part. Not unless you go right where they at. That's probably the only way you'd be lucky to see him. But that means nothing. I want to see him now. I want to touch him now. Just got I had the be right back scene on. I was chopping it up with my family a little bit. Just hug my wife. Yeah. Why? Because I don't know when we gonna have to depart. Like they said, like the marriage says, till death do you part. You know. I don't know when that time is coming. I'm not gonna wait until the time comes and then talking about I wish I would have, I could have did this and did that. That means nothing. Nobody want to hear that. It means nothing. It means nothing. And I'm just being honest. I'm being straight up honest, and I'm being as transparent as I know how. Because at the end of the day, that means nothing. You know. Just like I was talking about Takeoff. Takeoff, they can't bring Takeoff back. He's gone. He's gone. And you got two families that are broken. You got and this man was an innocent bystander. Innocent bystander. I mean, they still investigate the information. They still investigate to this day. A lot of people asking questions. It's still an investigation. And the thing about it is, y'all think that the cops is the only ones that know. These organizations are working together. And if you don't come up and tell, you know, talk about snitch code or whatever it is, but if it was your own, you'll want somebody to tell. You want somebody to tell. Stop it. That's why I said stop it. You know, because at the end of the day, you know, it's everything comes full circle. Everything comes full circle, and that's the scary part. That's why I enjoy life as much as I can enjoy it until my day is done. You know, and that's what you got to do. You got to do that. If you don't do it, you're gonna miss out. That's why I like that rat reel. That rat reel is crazy. Where talk about, oh boy, left food out. Talk about the chef guy. That's a funny reel, man. Me and my kids gotta create a video of that. I gotta put something like that together. Yeah, but I'm trying to reach out to the ones that had put this stuff together, to have them to put more traffic stuff in. They slowly doing it. Just like I showed you, Eddie, he just put the U-Haul truck on the low voice, which it can go on the step deck. Don't be scared to put it on the step deck. It's gonna fit. Trust me. It's gonna fit. You know, and if it doesn't work, trust me. They're going to let you know if it's going to work or not. You know? Just bring it to the table. Do what you do. That boy got a bark to it, boy. I love it. Man, life is too short, man. I'm telling you. People, I mean, and these folks is dying. I didn't even know, man, did you hear about Christy Allen? Oh my God. And that's crazy. And then I just seen Brooke Shields. Brooke Shields just got back from rehabilitation. She had to learn how to walk. I don't know what to the magnitude of what life she had to deal with trials and tribulations she had to deal with. You better enjoy life while you got it. I'm telling you. Like Hank was talking about, 69 years old, you see he enjoying his life, you better. Just like they just talked about the Sesame Street guy. He was 90 years old. Some of these folks ain't even making it to our age. You know. I'm fortunate to see 46. But if I didn't try to do what I was supposed to do in this life, I wouldn't be able to see that this long. You know, I wouldn't be able to see 46. You know, I dealt with situations where my life was tested, where I almost died a few times. You know, in various situations. You know, I fell. They thought I had vagus syncope, which probably was that. My blood pressure got so low to the point where I got up and I got dizzy and I was down. You know, stressed. You know, had another situation where I had a cancerous tumor on my wrist. Had to have surgery done. I'm dealing with a case now where it has to do with me taking B12 injections. The rest of my life, I have to take I'm B12 deficient. Has to do with my nerves. Has to do with my red blood cells. I have to be checked out every year. I just had a 6-month checkout just recently. Okay, it went from a year to 6 months. Now it's back to a year again. Why? Because I'm doing what I'm supposed to. I lost the weight that I need to lose. I was 272, and I'm 218 now. You know, so I don't, you know, I trust the process and everything I get into. You know, and I will always do that. You know, and the funny thing about, you know, when you were, but that's what it's about, man. Yeah, but I want to get you plugged. That's why I need your actual, because I know you have a personal page, because you wouldn't have a gaming page without a personal page. That's all Facebook is talking about. You got to have a personal page to be able to engage in order to connect all this stuff. So when you're sharing your content, I'm sharing it on my actual personal page. So family, friends, and everybody else that know me know what I do. They just don't want to sit there and watch it. Or they don't want to come out there and come in and say hello, which is something easy to do. You know, I don't see you personally, physically, but you can see me on the screen and say hello. It's not hard to do, you know. And that's all I'll be talking about, you know. But, you know, and that's it. And that's it. And the ones that support you is the ones that don't. I mean, that is not your family and not your circle. The people that's around you are not just like I was talking about my dude Asa Newsom. He sell coffee. All right, you can go right to his page, and one of his connections is in Detroit. He's in Michigan. It ain't even in Ohio. It's not even in Ohio. It's somewhere else. Yeah, but that's where we go beyond being human. See, we uphold the animals more than people. I understand the animals. I have a cat. My cat loves me as much as my wife do. You know, that's how much love he has, and he has the unconditional love. So we rescued my cat. The cat that we have, he was a rescue cat, and he wasn't rescued from an organization. My daughter had actually found him, and he was injured. He technically at death's door, because he had a bad infection in his eye, and he had a bad infection on his paw and around his mouth. So we had him in order for him to live, because it was so expensive to have surgery done. He had what do you call that? He had I can't even think about it. He had an infection behind his eye, so it got behind his eye and it protruded his eye out. So he had to have surgery where he had to have that taken out. And that cat big as a house. I'm gonna have to take pictures of him. I don't know why they won't take pictures of him and showcase him. Or I'm gonna showcase myself, because that's my cat. You know, Mochi. You know, and I really didn't want. It wasn't the whole concept that I didn't want a pet. The whole concept was that because I've had pets, I've had rabbits, I've had dogs, I've had cats, I've had birds, I've had fish, I've had all this stuff, and what happened to them? They died. You know, they went on. So to have to deal with that over and over again, that's what I didn't want to do. And I knew my daughter is sensitive, so you know, and she was already crying for the simple fact because he was going through what he was going through, you know. And he was like 5 months, because they had to actually trace back to what somehow they got a way where they could actually trace when an animal was born, you know, or give you an estimated time of when he was born. So he was like 5 months, you know, and dealing with these ordeals. So evidently he was an outside cat. He got away from his mom, and his mom couldn't help him. So that's when my daughter had seen him, and my daughter and her cousin actually seen him, and they picked him up. I really didn't want to deal with him, only because I had to deal with the landlord and stuff like that. And coming to find out, things worked out. So he this is his house. He come over. I mean, he's smart as a whip. He like to escort you to the bathroom. He's very smart. And once he wants attention, he'll get the attention from him. But it's cool. Yeah, but I wasn't just doing this, be engaging with my audience or letting people know what I was doing, personal. I was doing it, but I was doing it indirectly, okay? And on YouTube I was doing it, and then, things started getting toxic, so I started having to branch away, but I still have my fan base over there. If they decide to look at me and see what I'm doing, because I still have 356 people. But I did an experiment. I wanted to weigh how fast it would take for me to get to level up on YouTube compared to Facebook. I'm at 500 and something on Facebook, but look how long it took me to get to YouTube. I've been on YouTube since 2013 or 2012. Okay, I only been with Facebook for about at least 3 years, and I've moved up faster on Facebook. It took me months to get to my status on Facebook compared to YouTube. All I did was do the same thing I do on YouTube, and a lot of the content you see on Facebook is on YouTube, because all I do is upload it to the YouTube, and that's all you do. You're sharing your content across the platform. That's how you get. You can look me up, Google me, and I'm a household name. See my point? So, yeah. Okay, now I done leveled up again. I think I have. Oh, I think I didn't. No, I didn't. Okay, so it looks like that's as far as they're gonna have me go. I just made another 10 million. All right, I'm gonna change this. And that's it. I mean, the same techniques I've used on one platform, I use on the same platform. On the next platform, it's the same thing. It's just you going by whatever rules now on Twitch. You don't have to worry about music and stuff like that. Copyrights and all that stuff. A lot of times, you can. And a lot of people are moving to other platforms. Why? Because they tired of the hocus pocus stuff. I need to do this to be able to do that. So why are you hating on me? Why? So that's what it's about. I don't know why I didn't level up. That's weird. That is so weird. Yeah. But I know all this stuff is on the workshop. CB. I'm gonna call you CB for short, if you don't mind me calling you that. But I know you should know about all this. For these, because some of this stuff is the guys was already doing it, and I just encouraged them to do more. At some point, I knew what they were doing. I knew what their capacity was, and I just encouraged them to do more. Like anything else. And another trick that I do when I'm trying to update, we got nice little textures over there, is I ain't even been in Texas, but I can quick travel, and that's how I spend the money. Oh, that's on the workshop. It's on the workshop. It's on the workshop. Everything is going to the workshop now. A lot of your creators are going to the workshop. They're going to the workshop. I got so many mods. It's crazy. Yeah, it's on the workshop. And now, if you notice, because I just learned from Mark Libby that you can actually take a lot of your mods are. Sorry about that. I'm stressing. Yeah. Oh, I can do it. I can show you now. Link out. Oh, wrong way. Wait a minute. Let me see. I can show you now. Because I don't mind I don't mind showing you. I don't mind doing that. Okay, workshop. But I befriend a lot of the people that because that's how I sort of get close enough to them so they can do what I need them to do for me. And it's not just do something for me; it's to do something for the community. It's bigger than me. The point. I'm just leaving myself open to just like this. This is nice. Somebody else was putting wheels on their truck, on their trailer. And the thing about it is they didn't realize they inspired somebody else to do it. That's all. You just inspire somebody else to do it. And you have to be careful how you inspire other folks to do certain things. Just like I got this load. I got this. I'm gonna run it, and I didn't even know it actually existed. So, a lot of this is based on Euro truck, and you have more space on ATS than ETS. But a lot of your exclusive stuff is on is on ETS. Yeah, 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 yeah. And I just stumbled across this. The thing about it is, I don't just now watch this. You see how this person has got the workshop? I follow them like anybody else. I also do this. Okay, so he's private, but he still has to add a friend. Why? Because I can still connect with him. Because when he find out who I am and look at who I am, then he gonna want to connect with me because he know I know other people. I'm a connection to other people. See the point? So all I do is network. I've been doing this all my life. I've been doing this ever since I started working. You know, uh, uh, once I started finding out what's out here, because I had to understand building up relationships holds a lot of weight, and it's worldwide. It's not just within your neck of the woods. It's worldwide, and that's the way it is. A lot of these folks out here are on the other side of the globe, and they're in your neck of the woods. You never know who is connected to you. Plus, I found out I have family that's all over the country. All over the country, and technically, like if you were to do the convoy, if you was do a convoy, you can actually it will connect your work. It's actually connected to World of Trucks. Not World of Trucks. It's connected to the workshop. And you can actually, if a person doesn't have your mod, and I did it on stream. When I did those 12 hours, I did a lot of that to help people understand how to convoy. Okay. Now I still was learning convoying. I was learning it still, and a lot of new stuff had came about. So it was nothing for me to to learn more stuff. So now they got these whole super engines and stuff like that. It's okay, only if some of it's not realistic. Normally I would even at 700-800 horsepower motor within reason, I'll run it only if I'm doing a lot of mountain stuff. Now, if I want to sort of keep it realistic, I would change it up. You know, I would change it up. Uh, like this low right here. That's from darkness. You know, that's from darkness. He started putting this stuff on the low boy and on the step deck. You know, so I'm like, okay, cool. I mean, I've been trying to get a lot of these guys is already doing this stuff, but now they putting pen to paper. You know, they putting pen to paper. So they from Brazil. You know, he might not have wanted to connect with me, but it's okay. You know, it's okay. Just keep up the good work. That's all. I mean, we never have to connect. I mean, I'll still, and some things just come full circle. Yeah, some things just come full circle, and it's either you. It's like if you can't beat them, you join them. That's the way it goes. I'm gonna have to update this. I'm gonna hate to update it. I hope it don't break my 3.4. Oh boy, I hope that don't break Blender, because I'm still learning Blender. You know. Oh, here go my other buddy right here, Clizzy. He just created trailers. He has some trailers already. If I can get him. I can't. There he goes. There he goes. He's popping up. Now he's from the Netherlands. He or she, whoever he is, I don't know. I just know that they're from the Netherlands. Okay. Now watch this. If you go to the workshop, they have some nice. He got some nice loads. Look at this. They go wheel pack. He got a wheel pack. He got a cattle trailer for the truck for the single trucks. You know, this is technically for like Ruder's truck and Mason Racing's truck, because they both got fifth wheel. Okay. Let's see. This car hauler right here, I had already got this already. I didn't even know he actually added to it. Now watch this. I'm about to show y'all how I didn't even know he added to it. Now I had already asked him about a car hauler. I mean, not a car hauler, but an actual smaller trailer. Okay, outside of this. Not knowing that he already created one. See, there go Mason Racing's truck right there in the background. See, I told you all that come from networking, bro. You don't know who you can be connecting to, and all they did was just stick they stuff out here. See, you got a 53-foot version, work in progress, which is probably already out already, and that's for the Mason Racing F350, which is on his mod site, which is Mason's mod site, mod shop. I think that's what he's called. So he has the Haynes truck, which is, I think that's a cost. It's like $25. It's a Canadian truck. I got that, and I got some other trucks from him. You know, some other stuff from him. But he's one of my buddies that actually, if he has time, he'll do whatever I need him to do. You know, and that's just the way I came across him on Facebook. I mean, not on Facebook, on YouTube. Technically, Mason Racing is Seeker. You know, a lot of people don't even know that that's Seeker. Seeker. I have befriended him on YouTube. At one time, I was streaming a whole lot on YouTube. I was doing a lot of live stuff. If you look on live on YouTube, you'll see how many times I've been live in a stretch of time. I spent a whole year being live. Okay, here it is right here. Look at it. Look at the trailer right there. Look at that. Get that. Look at that. A tandem closed in trailer right there, and he got a single one too. And I've been trying to get him to create something, and he went on and created it. I was like, wow, man, thank you very much. I got a Tahoe that was perfect for it. You know, that's perfect. And I got the Freightliner, motorhome. I got that too, and it's got a hitch on the back where you can hook a trailer up to. Yeah, I need to get back into my Freightliner one day. I don't know when I'm gonna do it. See it? See, go to trailer again, and it actually got his own skins. He even created rims for the truck. Somebody else had created skins for this truck. Also, uh, somebody had created a chrome pack for this truck. You know, Ruda got one. His is nice too. His is a Ram. Um, but his is $25. His was free. So I always say pick your poison. Pick whatever you want to do. So, but I connect you with a lot of with everybody that I'm connected to, so you can yeah. So he did add the trader. I didn't even know he added it. So it says okay, car hauler release. Okay, reworked the long version, new template, reworked again a new template, and new car hauler version added for the 53 foot. Added one new trader, but what is it? So it was a surprise. So I didn't even know he actually created another trailer. I didn't know it. I did not know it. I did not know it. And I had asked him about it. I just asked him about it. Can you create a closed-in trailer that's much smaller than what I got? And I have a trailer that's off of ETS2, but somebody had in-gamed it for ATS, and it's a curtain trailer, perfect. Because you can still haul goods in it. You can drive the car and pull it along. Okay. There's a caravan trailer that somebody created and they added loads to that. So you got trailers that you can attach to, and it will do like the box trailer. The box trailer, technically the box trailer, because it won't do like the reefer, but it'll do like the box trailer. So it still works. Also, I'm on here. I'm on the forearm. See, so I'm all connected. Some form of way. I'm all connected. This is see the support. See, that's what I like about Steam. You got a community of people that you can connect with. You know, and so on and so on. Yeah. So I'm already at 4.5 hours. I'm about to get off of here. That should be good enough for Facebook. Facebook should be happy now because I didn't stream for 4.5 hours. I got other things I need to be doing. I can't just be here. I did the 12 hours on GP. I'm not going to do another 12 hours anytime soon. And it's all about support. If I don't see the part, oh yeah, I have stars active. Yes, I do. Henry will tell you that because Henry, I have Henry that has sent me stars as well as Wesley Williams, which is which is my wife's family. I mean, not my wife's family, my daughter's family. That's her. I think her cousin or her. I forgot which side of the family he's on that side, but yeah, it's there. Yeah, it's there. Oh, that's it. That's the in-law. My wife had to tell me what. Okay, so that's her in-law. So I mean, but Henry could show you. I don't know why you can't see the stars because here it is right here. It's up at the top. You should be able to click on it, and I can actually click on it myself. You should see it at the bottom. Are you on your computer or are you on your phone? Because I think he be sending it through his phone. That's one thing I learned about stars too. You have stars activated, don't you? Yeah. But it's a community, man. It's a community. And the thing about it is you got so much going on here that look at it. You can share your pictures. Yeah, yeah. It's on. Let me see. I can go right to my what's the name? Hold on. I'll tell you in a minute. I know I got stars open. Stars is active. Definitely. That's a definite. Yes, sir. I got to have it. I got to have it because I don't. A person might want to donate or whatever. I got a PayPal page. I'm a PayPal thing too. I don't do the Streamlabs because they take out of your money, and that's the only reason why I don't do it through them. I do it through what's the name? Let me see. I'm about to show you. I'm on. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, my storage is active. It's active. I don't know why it's not showing up. It's weird. It's there. It's there. Maybe you got I don't know. Well, I tell you what. Let Henry get with Henry. He would tell you how to do it. I mean, somehow he sends me stars. So sometimes I see it up here, and then sometimes I don't. But I don't know why I don't see it on my thing. But I know why, because I'm under my own platform. So if I was to look under myself use now, let me see. I'll tell you exactly how I did it. If I was under my own personal self, like for instance, if I share the stream, then I can do it like that. You know, that's why I said the personal page. You have to have a personal page. You have to have a personal page. It's all the way it's designed. That's part of their design. See, there it is. I found it. Yep. I can send. Yep. I'm under now. The way you have to, just like I said, you have to use your personal page, CB, in order to send stars. Yep. The way it works. Well, I can send stars to myself if I wanted to do it, but I'm not gonna do that. And that's probably what a lot of people are doing too. You know. But you know. Yeah. Well, when I started really looking into this stuff, I was like, wow, Facebook is they're figuring stuff out. They're figuring stuff out, man. And now, I'm like, wow, because it all started with, oh, somebody just messaged me. Uh-oh, y'all about to see me get messaged. Let's see. Okay, maybe okay. He must have something. I don't know what happened. Okay, that might have been my friend's thing. That's what that is. Probably because I have a friends chat too. Here it is, right here. This is another reason why, and I'm not scared to show this stuff because I want people to engage with me and connect. Now, there's a way you do it, because if I think you're a troll, then I'm not gonna respond. You have to be on your best behavior with me. I know all the odds are ends to this thing. So we have an actual group right here, CB, right here. So I'm gonna add you on here. See my point? Ain't that nice? I'm gonna add you on there, CB. Thanks for the invitation, CB. Watch this. Let's connect you right in here, right on stream. So now people are gonna learn how to do it. Okay? All right, and it's a way you do stuff. You gotta figure this stuff out, and that's all I do. I just figure stuff out. If you my friend, and you probably not yet, which probably gonna have to be. And what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to send you a friend request, and that's just all I do. I do this all day long, and that's how I'm able to talk to people via what's the name? Now you'll probably have to let me in. You have to send me probably a friend request on your end, and then I know that you're trying to connect with me that way. You may have safeguards up, or just like I was showing with the other person, uh, that they may not want to connect with me right away. So you know, it's always a way of doing it. So whenever you decide to connect with me, uh, the other way that'll work. You know, and that's what it's about. Oh, you got it. You got it. You got it. Hey, hey. Somebody got it. Oh shoot. D-Lo. All right, D-Lo Groove. Thanks for the 50 stars. Thank you very much. So that's you, bro. That's you. Okay, great. That's what I'm talking about. Now I'm gonna connect with you on Facebook too. You know, so we gonna connect this thing like Hank said, okay? And you know, as long as you got the doorway open, you'll find out. You gonna be like, wow, okay, this, yeah, okay, and that's all it is to it. I appreciate that, man, a whole lot, man. I appreciate that a whole lot. Yeah. Now, you wanna be able to manage my streams? You, you wanna be a community manager? It's up to you. It's up to you. I'm already connecting you in already, bro. Already. You already good people. When Hank told me about you, you already good people. I'm about to put you in anyway. Whenever you decide not to, if you don't, that's up to you. Yeah, that's up to you. I've always give the invitation to anybody, and it's up to them, especially if you're real connected with me. People I know. I need support. I need people to help what we're trying to create. We're trying to sort of keep the community going, and that's what it's all about. That's why I have Mark in place too. Mark is a good guy. I got a lot of friends out here. Mark was it KSM Corner? All his supporters, they have gave me so much love, and I appreciate that, a whole lot, you know, a whole lot. A lot of times I can't connect with them when I want to, but it's just the way it is. Life's gonna always be in the way, and but yeah, yeah, but that's because that's your actual personal. Because now I'm about to really put you on. I'm about to put you on just like I put Hank on. Yes, sir. And I have a business page too. It's under Legal Shield. But I don't have my website up no more. I still market. Yeah, I still market memberships. It's just that I'm doing other stuff. I'm too busy doing other stuff, so I don't have time to do that part. But I'm always game to sign a person up. Yes, sir. All right, I'm about to see if I can send you a friend request. If you don't mind. Okay. Oh yes. Okay. Ooh, you got a ooh. Ooh. Okay, man. I see you. I see you out here. Well, I just sent you a follow. So I see you there. I see you here. Okay. Wow. Man, you was a powerhouse. I see you out here, bro. I see you out here, man. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. So, um, yeah, you are out here, man. So you just got another follower now under that. Now I need to make sure you connect it another way. Yeah. So um, if you get a chance, because a lot of the groups that I'm in, are actually you have to have your personal page. So if your personal page is connected, you already got the picture, which is perfect. That's what you need to have. That's one thing that you got to make sure is right in certain groups, because they want to see if you are a troll or you're a person that's spam and stuff like that. They want to see if you're real. So if you're real, you don't have nothing to hide. It's just the way it is. So, yeah, but I'm gonna connect you in a lot of stuff, man. If you game for it, keep you plugged in as much as I can. Yeah, but if you see, I got the group. I'm already making it happen. And instead of actually like using phones or like WhatsApp, you can actually connect on here. And this is what me and Mark did. We was on Steam chat. That's how we did the convoy. Yeah, he connected with me, and he at first, well, I technically kept the stream going until he got back home. Once he got back home and he was ready to go, I just kept things going, you know. And we trying to get this convoy and stuff going when we get a chance. I won't be able to do it today because I'm already streamed out. I'm streamed out myself now. I'm not gonna be this will probably be the last thing for today. Wow, look at this. Wow, man, what the heck? Ooh wee. That is nice. That's almost like my setup. I don't have the button box, but it's almost like my setup a little bit. I got a big desk, but yeah, that's nice the way they got that set up. I have the triple monitors, and I'm using my triple monitors for my streaming aspect now. So now I got a desktop helper. I just showed y'all the desktop helper, not probably a couple streams ago, and that's what I use. That's probably why I had that the other thing up for it, and I forgot about that, but that's okay. Yeah, but that is nice. These folks is getting real with this stuff, man, and that's what I'm talking about. You enjoying yourself, you doing your thing, you know. And he was in Texas. Wow. And he got the Thurstmaster T300 homemade shifter. Wow, he got a homemade shifter. Oh, he should have never showed me that. Oh, no. And the steering wheel. Oh my goodness. These guys is doing some serious freaking stuff, man. And he in Brazil. Oh, okay. Go ahead. That's all I do. I send you a friend request. You want to connect? I connect you, and that's it. That's all I do. I mean, I don't do nothing else other than that. All right, I am over my time. Over my time, definitely. Oh my God, I'm so over my time. Sickening. All right, I am going to get off here. Appreciate all everybody coming here. I'm gonna look back through the chat when I get a chance and make sure I'm connected with anybody else that I miss. Cause I don't want to miss nobody, especially if you know you're trying to help me. And and just like I said, it doesn't go in my pocket. It goes towards breaking more stuff. Wow, I think I missed somebody or that. Oh, here it is. Yeah, right there, Dash. I'm gonna find out who he is. So I missed him. And that's my apologies. Find out who he is first. Oh, Da Vinci. Da Vinci. Oh, okay, Da Vinci. I see you out here, bro. I see you out here. I got you. I got you. You all connected to me now, bro. I already sent you a friend request, so it's up to you to go in and connect with me if you want. If not, you know how that goes. Yeah. But I'm glad you came in here, CB. I know you always trying to hang out, and I know you probably streamed out because you done streamed, you done hanged out with me, you done hanged out with Hank. So yeah, I'm done myself. It's a little after 9 o'clock. I need to be trying to make some other moves. But I'm gonna catch y'all on the next video. I'm gonna go on there and see if I can send you if you decide to stay on, I'll go in there and send you to somebody else. I don't. Normally, I'm looking for people that are low level because it takes a lot to become partner. All these folks is partner. I'm trying to figure out how the heck they becoming partner so fast, but it is what it is. But maybe it'll be somebody that I know on here, and I try to at least push a person to somebody that, okay, here goes some tea time. He's at 133 followers, so I'll probably send y'all to him. Dang, I would send. Well, he's lower than him, so I'm gonna go ahead and send you. If anybody decide to hang out, you can go on and check out tea time. Just when you raid the stream, just put hashtag CROC342 raid, and that will raid him. And I'm about to start the raid in 30 seconds. So I'm gonna probably join you over there maybe and see what he's all about and see what he's up to, because he's trying to do what he can. He got a nice little shifter. He got he got a nice little something going on over here. So I'm gonna definitely check him out. So I'm gonna go in over there with y'all and see what he's all about. All right, catch y'all on the next video. Croc 342 out. Peace.